Hello, story seekers. Welcome to Haunting Words. If you found this video, you're probably looking for something to help you drift off to sleep. And I'm here to deliver. But before we begin, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Now, get comfy, turn off the lights, and let your mind wander as I take you through tonight's story. This is the story of a man who, much like anyone else, just wanted a safe place to sleep for the night. He had no idea that the place he checked into would be anything but ordinary, and that his experience would change his perspective on what's real and what's not. A hotel, a place where travelers, weary from their journey, rest their heads at the end of a long day. But sometimes, there's a hotel you should never step foot in, a place where the walls hold far more than just memories. Let me take you back to a time when I was in search of a quick stop on a business trip, a place to relax after a long drive. It was early fall, the kind of chill that sets in just before the cold really starts to settle in. I remember the air outside had that crisp quality, and the sky was that odd shade of gray, where you could never tell if it was just cloudy or if a storm was coming. The road stretched ahead, empty and uninviting. No one was around. I had been driving for hours, and it felt like a good idea to get off the road, grab a meal, and sleep for the night before continuing my journey the next day. I saw a sign off the highway that read, "Riverstone Inn, rooms available." The flashing neon light looked old, but I wasn't picky. The hotel looked like it had been around for a while, maybe even decades. It wasn't anything fancy, but it had the kind of charm you only find in places that hadn't been updated in years. No high-end brands, no modern amenities. Just a quiet, small-town hotel with faded wallpaper and the kind of carpet that looked like it hadn't been replaced in ages. Inside, the lobby smelled faintly of dust, wood, and the stale air you'd expect from a place with no recent renovations. The receptionist, a woman who seemed slightly too old for the job, greeted me with a tired smile. She didn't ask for much. A quick scan of my ID, a swipe of my card, and she handed me the key to room 307. No small talk, no pleasantries, just a quick transaction, like we both knew this was all temporary. I didn't mind. I just wanted to get settled in. The hallways of the hotel were narrow, and the overhead lights flickered every few seconds. It had that unsettling quiet you often find in old places, where every sound is amplified, every footstep echoed off the walls. The wallpaper was peeling, and the carpet had that musty, damp smell. It was like stepping into a time capsule. There was a feeling of being disconnected from reality, like nothing had changed here for years. As I walked to my room, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't entirely alone. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up for no reason. I tried to shake it off, thinking it was just the fatigue of the long drive messing with my mind. But then, I saw something that made me pause for a moment, something I couldn't explain. There, just ahead, was a mirror on the wall that caught my reflection. Nothing unusual about it at first. But as I glanced at myself, I noticed the faintest movement in the reflection. Something was off. It wasn't that the reflection moved differently from me. It was the way the lighting shifted. I stepped closer to inspect it, but when I did, the strange sensation faded and the reflection looked normal again. I didn't know what to make of it. I shrugged it off as just a trick of the light, or maybe my eyes playing games with me. After all, it had been a long drive, and I hadn't eaten in hours. I reached my room, opened the door, and was greeted by the musty, stagnant air of a place that hadn't seen a thorough cleaning in years. The bed was unmade, and the curtains were drawn tight, making the room feel darker than it should have been. It was like the hotel had just given up on keeping things neat, or maybe it had given up on the world entirely. I dropped my bag on the bed and started to unpack. The TV didn't work, and the light in the bathroom flickered ominously, but again, I wasn't bothered. This wasn't supposed to be a luxury stay. It was just a place to sleep for a night. And sleep I did. The silence of the room enveloped me, like I was in my own little world. I didn't hear any sounds of the outside world, or even the hum of the air conditioning. It was just the quiet, and for some reason, that made it hard to relax. I closed my eyes, trying to get some rest. I needed to be up early for my meeting the next day. But sleep didn't come easy. As I lay there in the dark, I kept hearing what sounded like soft, faint footsteps outside my door. I thought it was just another guest, maybe someone checking into a room down the hall. But the footsteps didn't stop. They circled around the room, coming closer and then fading away. I didn't move at first, thinking maybe I was just imagining it. But after what felt like an eternity, I got up, half hoping I was wrong, but half afraid to check. I opened the door to find nothing. No one was there. No signs of anyone having walked past recently. The hallway was as empty and quiet as before. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to make of it. I closed the door, locked it, and turned to the bed again. I had to get some rest. Tomorrow was going to be a long day, and I couldn't let a little oddness throw me off. Little did I know that my night was far from over, and the strange occurrences in that hotel were just beginning to make themselves known. The next morning came with a kind of grogginess that only comes from a night spent tossing and turning, plagued by strange noises and a sense that something just wasn't quite right. I woke up late, my meeting only an hour away, so I rushed to gather my things and head out. The silence of the room was almost oppressive as I packed my bag, and the lack of sound made me feel strangely uneasy. The morning light, which should have been welcoming, instead felt cold, like it was pushing me out of the room, urging me to leave. As I made my way to the hotel's lobby, the old receptionist greeted me with a half-hearted smile. She didn't ask how my stay had been. She didn't even seem to care, which struck me as odd. Most hotel staff make small talk or offer pleasantries, but she didn't bother. I left the building quickly, trying to shake the odd feeling that seemed to be following me. The day went by in a blur. The meeting, as business meetings often are, was uneventful. By the time I was heading back to the hotel that evening, I had completely forgotten about the strange sensations I felt earlier. The drive back felt long, but at the same time, it was oddly calming. I found myself thinking about how I couldn't wait to get back to the hotel and relax. I just wanted a peaceful night of sleep, but as I walked back through the same narrow hallway and arrived at room 307, I felt something strange again, a coldness that seemed to hang in the air, making me pause. I could feel it in my chest, a tightness that wasn't there earlier. I shrugged it off as a side effect of the long day and went inside. The room was exactly as I had left it. The bed was unmade, the curtains drawn, the faint smell of stale air lingering. Everything was as it should be. I threw my bag onto the bed and began to prepare for the night. As I moved about the room, I noticed something odd. The mirror, the one I had passed by earlier in the hallway, was now slightly ajar. I hadn't touched it, and I was sure it hadn't been like that when I entered the room. I couldn't help but stare at it for a moment, wondering if I had missed it earlier, but no matter how I tried to rationalize it, the mirror was definitely moved. I approached it cautiously, my hand hovering over the edge as if it would somehow bite me. The mirror was heavy and old, the kind of mirror that seemed to have a life of its own, like it could hold on to something from the past. I took a deep breath and pushed it back into place, thinking it was just some weird coincidence. But as I did, I saw something in the reflection. It wasn't anything concrete, no shadow or figure standing behind me. It was just a sudden shift in the reflection, as if something or someone had passed in front of the mirror just out of sight. I froze, staring at my own face in the glass, searching for some explanation. My reflection didn't change, but the feeling in my chest grew heavier, like I was being watched. I couldn't tell if it was the stress from the day or if something truly was wrong, but the air in the room felt colder. I decided to distract myself and focus on something else. I opened the window to let in some fresh air, hoping the night would clear my head. The wind outside was picking up, and I could hear it howling through the cracks in the window. But that only added to the discomfort. The noise seemed almost unnatural, like it was trying to break through the walls, to force its way into the room. I sat on the bed for a while, scrolling through my phone, trying to ignore the strange feeling creeping over me. I was starting to feel paranoid, questioning whether it was just my exhaustion or something more sinister. As I settled into bed, I tried to shake the unease. I pulled the covers over myself and closed my eyes, but sleep didn't come easy. It wasn't long before I heard it again. The soft, barely audible sound of footsteps. At first, I thought it was just the creaking of the old building settling, but as the sound grew louder, I knew it wasn't that. The footsteps moved around the room, like someone was pacing just outside my door. I lay still, my heart pounding in my chest. I could feel the presence of something or someone just beyond the walls. It was a strange sensation, like I was being drawn into a world that didn't quite fit into reality. I sat up, straining to hear. The footsteps seemed to stop right outside my door, and then, nothing. Complete silence. I waited for a while, unsure of what to do. The quiet was suffocating, as if the room itself was holding its breath. I got up, walking slowly to the door. My hand was trembling as I reached for the handle. There was nothing. No one on the other side. The hallway was empty, just like it had been before. I stood there for a moment, my mind racing. There was no logical explanation. I was alone in the room. I tried to tell myself that I was overthinking things, that it was just the wind or some weird acoustics in the building. But the tightness in my chest wouldn't go away. I turned back into the room and locked the door, hoping that would make me feel safe. But as I did, something else caught my eye. The mirror, the one I had adjusted earlier, was now moved again. This time, it was angled differently, facing the door. It wasn't a small shift either, it was obvious. I stared at the mirror, unsure of what to think. Could someone have entered while I wasn't paying attention? Was it the cleaning staff? But then I remembered the old woman at the front desk, the one who didn't seem to care about anything or anyone. No one had entered my room, I was sure of it. The thought sent a chill down my spine. I didn't sleep much that night. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind, every flicker of light set my nerves on edge. The room felt more like a prison than a place to rest. The silence, the stillness, it was suffocating. I kept glancing at the door, the mirror, half expecting something to happen. I couldn't tell if my mind was playing tricks on me or if there was something truly wrong with the place. But as I lay there in the dark, the feeling of being watched never left. And I knew, without a doubt, that something wasn't right. The hotel had secrets, and I was beginning to realize that I had stepped into one of them. Each moment in the hotel seemed to stretch out unnaturally, like I was trapped in some kind of limbo. Every time I entered room 307, the chill of the air seemed more pronounced, and the sense of something lurking just out of sight grew stronger. I could no longer convince myself that it was just the stress of the work trip or the fatigue from late nights spent tossing and turning. Something was wrong, and it wasn't just in my head. The footsteps, which I had initially chalked up to the old building settling, became a regular occurrence. Every night, they would start as I lay in bed, drifting in and out of an uneasy sleep. I could hear them pacing up and down the hallway outside my room, sometimes faint, other times so close it felt as though someone was standing just outside my door. The sound would start, then stop, only to start up again moments later. It wasn't the sound of someone walking slowly. It was erratic, almost frantic. It was as if someone was trying to find something or someone. I started to lose track of the time. Days blurred into each other, and I found myself dreading the evenings. The hotel, which had once felt like a simple place to stay, now felt oppressive. I began to notice other things that seemed out of place, as if the hotel itself was alive, watching me, waiting for something. The air grew heavier with each passing hour, and the temperature seemed to drop, even when the heat was on full blast. The mirrors, those mirrors, were becoming more troubling. Every time I would return to my room, they were somehow different. The large mirror above the dresser would be slightly off-center, as if someone had moved it. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but after a while, it became impossible to ignore. There was no one in my room besides me, and yet, the mirrors seemed to shift on their own, as though someone was playing a cruel game with me. I didn't dare speak to the hotel staff. The woman at the front desk, who I had seen every time I came back to the hotel, was still distant and unbothered. Her cold indifference gave me no comfort. If anything, it only deepened the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I noticed that when I passed by her, her eyes would flicker in my direction for a split second, but she never said a word. It felt like she was trying to avoid me, and I couldn't help but wonder if she knew something I didn't. One evening, after a long day of work, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to figure out what was going on. The tension in my chest, the sense of being constantly watched, was driving me to the edge. I had to know if I was losing my mind or if something truly sinister was happening. I waited until after midnight, when the hotel was quiet, and I slipped out of my room, making my way down the long, dimly lit hallway. The soft hum of the fluorescent lights above was the only sound, and the smell of stale air was almost suffocating. I moved cautiously, my footsteps echoing in the silence, trying to keep as quiet as possible. I made my way to the stairs at the end of the hall, the staircase that led down to the lobby. I had never gone down there at night before, and the thought of exploring the empty building was both thrilling and terrifying. As I descended, I noticed how the air grew colder, how the shadows in the corners seemed deeper. The creak of the stairs under my weight felt louder than it should have been, but it was the strange, heavy silence that was the most unsettling. The lobby was empty, the dim lights casting long shadows across the cracked tiles. There was something about the place that seemed off, like it had been abandoned for years. But there was no sign of anyone else, no staff, no guests, just an eerie stillness. I walked slowly across the lobby, my eyes scanning the room, hoping to find something, anything, that would explain the unease that had been building inside me. The front desk was empty, just as it had been when I checked in. But this time, something caught my eye. On the counter, there was an old ledger, a thick book that looked like it hadn't been touched in ages. I couldn't resist. I opened it. The pages were yellowed with age, the handwriting smudged and difficult to read, but the entries were dated, and they seemed to go back decades. The names, at first glance, didn't mean anything to me. But then, one entry caught my attention. It was dated just a few days ago, around the time I checked in. The name was unfamiliar, but the description next to it was chilling. Checked in. Disappeared before checkout. My stomach dropped. Disappeared? What did that mean? I turned the pages frantically, but every name listed was followed by the same cryptic phrase. I could feel my pulse quicken, my hands shaking as I flipped through the pages. Each entry was dated with a specific date, and each guest had vanished without a trace. The air around me felt thick, and for the first time, I truly felt the weight of what I had discovered. Something was happening in this hotel, something that went beyond just strange noises and flickering lights. It was as if the hotel itself was alive, and the guests were simply vanishing. A sound broke my concentration, a loud crash from upstairs. I froze, my blood running cold. My first instinct was to run back to my room, to lock myself inside and pretend none of this was happening. But something stopped me. The crash had come from above, from the floor I had been staying on. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could feel the blood rushing to my head. I had to know what was going on. I hurried up the stairs, my breath coming in ragged gasps. As I reached the second floor, I noticed that the hallway was different. The air was thicker, the shadows deeper, as if the building itself had shifted while I wasn't looking. I moved cautiously, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. When I reached room 307, I felt a chill that stopped me in my tracks. The door was slightly ajar. My mind raced, and I could hear my heart thundering in my chest. Was someone in there? The door creaked as I pushed it open, and I was met with an eerie silence. The room was dark, the curtains drawn tight, but there was no mistaking the coldness in the air. It felt like the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I stepped inside slowly, the floorboards creaking under my weight. The mirror above the dresser was gone. I froze, my eyes darting around the room. The bed was still in place, the sheets undisturbed, but the mirror and object I had been so fixated on was no longer there. I moved closer to the bed, my eyes scanning every corner of the room. That's when I saw it. In the far corner, by the window, a figure stood in the shadows. It wasn't clear, not at first, but as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw a shape, tall and thin, standing motionless. I couldn't move. My legs felt like lead, my mouth dry. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It simply stood there, staring at me. I didn't know how long I stood frozen in place, but eventually the figure began to fade, dissolving into the darkness as though it had never been there at all. My body screamed at me to run, to escape, but I couldn't. My feet wouldn't move. It was at that moment that I realized the truth. The hotel was alive, and it was waiting for something or someone to disappear. I stood frozen in room 307, my body trembling uncontrollably as the figure in the corner dissolved into the shadows. My mind raced, struggling to make sense of what had just happened. Was I imagining it? Was this some kind of stress-induced hallucination brought on by too many sleepless nights? The logical part of me screamed that I was simply overreacting, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But the deeper, more primal part of me instinctively perhaps knew that what I had just seen was real. The silence that followed felt suffocating, like the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next move. I stepped back, the floor creaking under my weight, my breath shallow and fast. I tried to shake the image of the figure from my mind, but it lingered, its presence still thick in the air. I had to get out of that room. But as I turned toward the door, a sharp noise sliced through the air, a scraping sound, like nails dragging across a chalkboard. I whipped around, my heart leaping into my throat. The figure was back, standing in the same corner, but this time it was different. It wasn't fading into the shadows. It was becoming more solid, more tangible, until I could make out the outline of its body, its features. And they weren't human. Its form was tall, unnaturally tall, and its face, if you could even call it that, was nothing more than a twisted, hollow shape, an empty void where eyes should have been. A darkness seemed to seep from it, pooling at its feet, and the temperature in the room plummeted. The cold was unbearable now, like being trapped in a freezer. I stumbled back, my hands fumbling for the door handle, but it wouldn't open. It was as though the very air around me had thickened, solidified. Panic surged through me, and I could feel my pulse thundering in my ears, the walls closing in on me. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It just stood there, watching me, its empty face a void that seemed to consume everything around it. Then, without warning, a deep, guttural sound echoed from the thing, a low, inhuman growl that sent a wave of terror crashing over me. My body went rigid, my legs threatening to give way beneath me. My mind screamed for me to run, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the thing in front of me. I knew I had to get out of that room, but the fear paralyzed me, anchoring me to the spot. I took a step back, then another, my hand still desperately tugging at the door. But it wouldn't budge. My breath came in short, panic burst as I turned my head to look around the room. The walls were closing in, the shadows seeming to stretch and warp, as if the very room itself was alive, twisting to keep me trapped inside. And then it happened. The thing moved. Slowly at first, its form stretching unnaturally, its limbs jerking and bending in ways they shouldn't have. The sound of its movements was sickening, like bone scraping against bone, like a corpse being dragged across the floor. It took a step toward me, and I recoiled, my back pressing against the wall as I tried to make sense of the situation. What was this thing? Why was it in this hotel? What did it want from me? The growl turned into a rasping hiss, like something trying to speak, but no words came out. The sound was so unsettling that I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. My mind raced, searching for answers, but none came. All I could focus on was the feeling that I was being suffocated by this thing, that it was toying with me, playing a game with my life. I thought I saw something move out of the corner of my eye, a shadow, a figure, flitting just beyond my sight. But when I turned my head, there was nothing there. Was it another trick of my mind? Or was there something else in the room with me? Something even darker, more dangerous than the figure before me? I couldn't take it anymore. My body acted on instinct. I lunged for the door again, pulling on the handle with all my strength. For a moment, nothing happened. And then finally, the door opened with a sickening groan, releasing me from the suffocating grip of the room. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I bolted down the hallway, my feet barely touching the floor, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I ran past the stairs, past the lobby, and didn't stop until I was outside in the cold night air. But even then, I couldn't escape the feeling that something was following me, that I hadn't escaped at all. I stood outside the hotel, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my legs shaking beneath me. The building loomed in the distance, its dark silhouette a reminder of the horrors that had unfolded within its walls. I didn't know what had just happened, what that thing in the room had been, but I knew I couldn't go back. Not ever. I glanced over my shoulder one last time, my eyes scanning the hotel's windows, but they were all dark, empty. The place looked lifeless, like it was waiting for its next victim. But as I turned to walk away, a chill ran down my spine. I could have sworn I saw a figure standing in one of the upper windows watching me. Watching, waiting. I didn't look back again. The next morning, I packed my things in a daze, my mind still reeling from the night before. The hotel staff acted like nothing had happened, as if it was just another ordinary day. But I knew better. I knew I had experienced something that no one else would ever believe. I left the hotel behind, but I knew the memories would never leave me. The thing in room 307, that dark presence, it wasn't just a figment of my imagination. It was real, and it was still out there, waiting for its next victim. As I drove away, I couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw something in the reflection. A shadow, a figure. But when I looked again, there was nothing there. I didn't sleep the night I left the hotel. My mind was too consumed by what had happened, replaying every detail over and over. The figure in the corner, the terrifying growl, the cold that seeped into my bones, I couldn't shake any of it. As I drove further and further from the hotel, it felt like I was fleeing from more than just a building. It felt like I was running from something I couldn't escape, something that would follow me no matter where I went. The next few days passed in a blur. I stayed in a small town a few hours away, checking into a new hotel, but my peace of mind was shattered. Every night, the darkness seemed thicker, more oppressive. Every creak in the building, every flicker of a light, sent me into a panic. I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting, that the hotel had been a one-off experience, a result of stress or exhaustion. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I couldn't shake the image of the figure's empty face, its hollow eyes that seemed to look straight through me. It wasn't something my mind had made up. It was real. It had to be. I couldn't stay in the town for long. I packed up and moved on, but I knew the truth. No matter how far I went, the memories would always be with me. The hotel wasn't just some random haunted place. It was something darker, something that drew me in. And I couldn't forget the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, even as I drove miles away. I tried reaching out to others, asking around for anyone who had stayed at the hotel, trying to find some kind of confirmation, anything to prove I wasn't losing my mind. But when I asked the locals, they were strangely indifferent, as though the hotel was just another part of the landscape, like it had always been there, and no one ever questioned its history. Just an old place, one of the town's residents told me with a shrug when I asked about the hotel. Nothing unusual about it. Folks come and go. Never had any problems. It's just a hotel. but their indifference only made me more uneasy. It was as if they knew something I didn't. Like they had accepted the hotel for what it was, a place where strange things happened, but no one ever talked about it. The police wouldn't listen to me when I reported what happened either. I wasn't surprised by that. They dismissed me, calling it a misunderstanding or a figment of my imagination. I was just another tourist with an overactive mind, they said. They didn't want to hear about the thing I had seen, the thing I had felt in that room. I returned to the hotel in the end, not because I wanted to, but because something inside me told me I had to. Maybe it was unfinished business, or maybe it was the need for closure, but I couldn't let it go. I arrived late in the afternoon, hoping the place would be deserted, hoping it would have changed in some way. I parked my car near the entrance, the same familiar parking lot, the same eerie silence in the air. The hotel loomed ahead, its presence almost mocking, as if daring me to walk back through its doors. The building looked even more dilapidated in the daylight, the paint peeling, the windows clouded with grime. The sign above the door hung crookedly, barely illuminated by the fading sun. It was the same as I had left it, yet somehow different, more oppressive, more suffocating, like it was waiting. I hesitated for a moment before stepping out of the car, my heart pounding. The air felt thick, charged with something I couldn't explain. I took a deep breath and walked inside, every step heavier than the last. The lobby was empty, just as it had been before. The dusty reception desk sat in the corner, unmanned, the bell unused. The air was thick with the smell of stale air, the faintest hint of mildew lingering in the corners. It felt like no one had set foot in this place in years, yet the unease in the room told a different story. Something here wasn't right. I made my way up to room 307, each step echoing in the silence, my feet dragging like they were resisting the inevitable. When I reached the door, my breath caught in my throat. The door was slightly ajar. It hadn't been like that before. I pushed it open slowly, and the room greeted me with its cold, still silence. It looked exactly as I had left it. The bed unmade, the curtains drawn tight, the room seemingly frozen in time. But as I stepped inside, the temperature dropped instantly. The chill that gripped me was familiar, the same cold I'd felt when I had first encountered the figure. I didn't know why I came back. Part of me was still searching for answers, for a reason why this was happening to me. But now, in this room, I didn't want answers. I just wanted to leave. And then I heard it. The faintest scraping sound, like nails on wood. It came from the corner, the same corner where I had seen the figure last time. I froze, the blood draining from my face. It was happening again. I wasn't imagining it. The scraping grew louder, and then a low, guttural growl vibrated the air. The same sound that had paralyzed me before. I turned and ran, but this time, the door slammed shut before I could reach it. I pounded on the door, screaming for help, but no one answered. No one was there. I heard movement behind me, soft steps on the carpet. And then, a voice. "Leave now, before it's too late." The voice was low, hoarse, but it was unmistakable. It was the voice of someone who had been here before, someone who knew what I was up against. I turned around, but there was no one there. Just the same empty room. My heart raced as I scrambled for the door, my fingers numb as I tried to twist the knob. It wouldn't budge. The growling grew louder, closer. I was trapped. And then, just as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. The room fell silent. The door clicked open, and I stumbled out, gasping for air. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The figure, the voice, the hotel, it was all too much. I ran down the hall and out of the building, as far away as I could get. I never returned to that hotel. I never even passed through the town again. What happened there stays with me, a constant reminder of a place that no longer belongs to this world. Some nights, when the darkness feels too thick, I can still hear that growl. And I can still see the figure, standing in the corner, waiting. The events that took place at that hotel, are something I've carried with me ever since. I try to live a normal life, but the memories of that night refuse to fade. No matter where I go, no matter how far I drive, or how many times I try to forget, it feels like the hotel still follows me. The dread I felt in that room, the weight of something ancient and unfathomable pressing against me, has never fully left. There are nights when I wake up, drenched in sweat, convinced I'm back in that room, the door shut tight, the figure lurking in the shadows. I used to think that fear was something you could overcome, something you could rationalize away with logic, dismiss as a product of imagination. But now, after what I experienced, I know that fear is not always so simple. It's not just a mental construct, it's something real, something that can sink its claws into your soul and twist until you can't tell where reality ends and nightmare begins. I still don't know what happened that night. I don't know what that figure was or why it chose to appear to me. Was it trying to warn me? Was it trying to drag me into its world? Maybe I'll never have the answers. And maybe that's for the best. Sometimes it's easier to live with uncertainty than to face the cold, horrifying truth. What I do know is that the hotel is not just a building. It's a place with a history, one that no one dares to talk about, one that doesn't belong to this world anymore. There are places like that in the world, forgotten, decaying structures that still pulse with energy that we don't fully understand and never will. Those places are left to fester in the shadows, to attract the curious, the brave, or perhaps the foolish. People like me. I've tried to move on. I've started a new life in a different city, with new friends and a new routine. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I can still feel the coldness that gripped me in that room. I still feel the weight of eyes watching me, even when there's no one there. I try not to let it affect me, to keep my life moving forward. But every now and then, when I'm walking down an unfamiliar hallway or sitting in a quiet, empty room, I feel the same suffocating presence that I felt that night. There's one thing I can't shake though. It's the look in that figure's eyes, the way it seemed to look right through me, as though it knew everything about me, even the things I've never told anyone. Maybe that's why I was so afraid. It wasn't just that it was a supernatural presence. It was that it saw me, truly saw me, in a way no one ever had. It was as if it could peer into the very core of my being, and in that moment, I was no longer safe. I was exposed, vulnerable. I've spoken to a few people who've had similar experiences with places like that hotel, but most people just shrug it off, dismiss it as imagination. But I know better. There's something real in the world, something beyond our understanding, and it's lurking just beneath the surface of our everyday lives, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. To this day, I wonder if anyone else ever stayed in that hotel after me. I wonder if the figure still walks those halls, still waits in the corner of that room, watching whoever comes next, trying to get them to see what it sees. I wonder if anyone will ever truly escape once they've crossed its threshold. Maybe they'll think it's just a bad dream. Maybe they'll think it's just another case of overactive imagination. Or maybe, like me, they'll never be able to forget the look in those hollow eyes, the growl that rumbles through your bones, the feeling that something is coming for you, no matter how far you run. I try not to think about it too often, but sometimes, when the night is quiet and the air is thick with silence, I can almost feel it, those eyes, watching. And I can't help but wonder, how many other places like that hotel are out there, waiting for the right person to stumble into them? How many other people are unknowingly walking into the grasp of something they don't understand, something they may never escape? There are some things in this world that can't be explained, and there are some things you're better off never knowing. But now that I've crossed that line, now that I've seen what's hiding in the shadows, I'll never be able to forget. No matter where I go, no matter how far I run, the hotel will always be there in the back of my mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that lingers just out of sight. It all started back in 2016, when I found myself needing a place to stay for a business trip. I'd been traveling frequently for work and had become familiar with the ebb and flow of hotel stays, checking in, checking out, the small conversations with the staff, the isolated routine of room service, and the impersonal nature of a hotel. It was always the same, predictable and easy. I always stayed in the same chain of hotels. It had its perks: reliable service, decent rooms, and a simple process. The kind of place you knew you could rely on when away from home. That was how I ended up at the Silverstone Inn, a place I'd booked countless times before. It wasn't fancy, but it was comfortable. Located near the highway, it was perfect for travelers like me, passing through without looking for anything extravagant. I'd booked a room at the Silverstone Inn every time I found myself in the area, and never once had an issue. The hotel was part of a small chain, its rooms simple yet efficient, a reflection of its no-frills nature. The hallways were always quiet, the walls thick enough to shut out any sounds of the outside world, and the room itself, always the same. I remember checking in that evening, the front desk clerk handing me my key with the usual smile and brief small talk. "Same room as usual?" she asked. "Yeah, I'll take the usual," I said, half smiling back at her, not thinking much of it. The key was handed over, and I made my way to room 314, the room I always stayed in. Now, this may seem mundane, maybe even boring, but it was a normal experience, one I had gone through countless times before. I had no reason to expect anything different. Nothing stood out about the night. I slipped into my room, locked the door behind me, and unpacked my bag. The soft hum of the air conditioning was a familiar comfort, and the bed, though not the softest, was the kind that welcomed me like an old friend. The view from the window wasn't anything special either, just the stretch of highway and the occasional passing truck, illuminated by the streetlights below. As I settled in, I ordered some food. The usual: a burger, fries, and a soft drink. As I ate, my mind wandered. It was a simple, quiet life I led when I traveled for work, and I didn't mind it. The routine was soothing, almost like a lullaby that made it easy to forget about the hustle and bustle of my everyday life. But here's where things began to get strange. It wasn't anything at first, just a small detail. I didn't think much of it when I walked into the bathroom to freshen up. There, sitting on the counter, was a small bottle of shampoo. It was the same shampoo the hotel always used. Or, at least, it should have been. There was something different about it, though. The bottle itself looked older, not in a worn-out way, but in a way that suggested it had been sitting around for years. The logo had faded slightly, and the text on the bottle was chipped, as if it had been handled too many times. I shrugged it off. It's a hotel, I thought. Maybe they just used a leftover stock from another batch. I opened it, the familiar smell of floral scent filling the air. The scent was unmistakable, and for a moment, everything felt completely normal again. But as I used the shampoo, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. The texture seemed off. It was smoother, more like a conditioner than shampoo, and I had to rinse my hair twice before the suds finally disappeared. The feeling of it lingered too long, and for a split second, I thought I had made a mistake. But again, I brushed it off as nothing more than fatigue. I finished my shower, dried off, and went about my usual evening routine. But then, as I was settling into bed, I caught a glimpse of the clock. It was just past midnight. That was the time when I started to feel the unease creeping up my spine, a feeling I couldn't quite place but couldn't ignore. My eyes drifted to the corner of the room where a small chair sat against the wall. The room felt off. I couldn't explain it, but everything in that space felt like it had been rearranged. The picture on the wall, the one I had seen countless times before, was ever so slightly tilted, just enough for me to notice. It wasn't a dramatic change, but it was enough to make me pause. Maybe it was nothing. But then, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and for the first time, I felt like I wasn't alone. I tried to shake it off. After all, I had stayed in that same room for years, so why should anything be different now? But when I laid down, sleep didn't come easily. I stared at the ceiling, the ticking of the clock echoing in the silence of the room. Then, just before I fell asleep, I heard it. A sound! It was faint at first, almost imperceptible. A soft scratching, as if something were dragging across the floor. It was coming from the corner of the room, where the chair was. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze, listening intently. It wasn't my imagination. There was something there. Something that didn't belong. I sat up in bed, staring into the shadows. The sound stopped, but I could still feel the weight of something watching me. My heart was racing, my mind spinning, but I told myself it was just the fatigue. I tried to fall back asleep, but it wasn't long before the sound returned, this time louder, closer. And this time, I knew something was wrong. Something was hiding in the room with me. The sound continued to echo through the room, the soft scratching growing more distinct as it reached my ears. At first, I thought it was just the old floorboards creaking under the weight of the house, or perhaps the wind pressing against the window, making the faintest of noises. But no, this was something else. Something deliberate. I hesitated, holding my breath for a moment, straining to hear. The sound came again, unmistakable now, a faint dragging noise, like something heavy was being pulled across the carpet, inch by inch. It was slow and methodical, almost as if whatever it was trying to remain unnoticed. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding in my chest, my skin prickling with a sudden sense of dread. I knew the room. I had stayed in that exact space on countless occasions. Never once had I felt uncomfortable. Never once had I noticed anything unusual about the room or the sounds it made. But now, everything was different. The walls felt too close, the air too thick. I glanced around the room, eyes darting from the corner to the door, the shadows dancing eerily in the dim light. I had to check. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the floor cold beneath my feet. The sound had stopped now, leaving behind a thick silence that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I took a deep breath and grabbed the small flashlight I always kept in my bag for situations just like this. It wasn't much, but it was something. With a small click, the beam of light illuminated the room, casting sharp shadows across the walls. The chair in the corner sat as it always had, untouched. But the more I stared at it, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that it had shifted just a bit, a fraction of an inch from where it usually rested. I turned the beam of the flashlight to the floor, sweeping the light across the carpet. There was nothing, no evidence of anything out of place. I felt foolish, standing there in the quiet, flashlight in hand, searching for something that wasn't there. But then my gaze landed on the corner of the room again, and my stomach dropped. The small rug by the chair where I knew there had been no marks before was now distinctly rumpled, not just from normal use, but from something heavy having been dragged across it. The fibers of the carpet were pushed aside, creating a path that led from the chair to the middle of the room. My heart raced and my breath hitched. I stepped closer, inspecting the rug with shaking hands. The marks were fresh, the fibers disturbed in a way that didn't make sense. I couldn't explain it. The room hadn't been disturbed when I arrived. There was no sign of anyone else having been in the room. Yet now this. The feeling of being watched returned, more intense than before. I slowly backed away, the beam of light trembling in my hand as I moved toward the door. I glanced behind me, half expecting to see something or someone standing in the shadows. But there was nothing. Just the same sterile, cold room I had checked into hours ago. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the rug and the subtle shift in the chair. It was irrational. I knew it was irrational. It was just an old hotel, nothing special, nothing that could make me feel this way. But then I realized something that had been nagging at the back of my mind for a while now. The smell. I couldn't place it at first. It had been faint, almost imperceptible. But now it was undeniable. There was a strange, musty scent in the air, as if the room hadn't been properly aired out in years. The usual antiseptic, almost sterile scent of the hotel was gone, replaced by something heavier, something old. The air felt thick, stale, and suffocating. I opened the door, stepping into the hallway, desperate for fresh air. The hotel was quiet, as it always was at this hour. The fluorescent lights flickered softly above, casting long shadows down the empty corridor. I could feel the weight of the silence pressing in on me, urging me to return to my room and ignore whatever had just happened. But I couldn't. I stood there for a moment, trying to calm myself, trying to rationalize the situation. It had to be a coincidence. There had to be an explanation. I had been traveling for days, and I was probably just tired, my mind playing tricks on me. I forced myself to go back to the room, but the moment I stepped inside, the feeling of unease returned with a vengeance. The chair, which I was certain had been in one corner of the room, now seemed to have shifted to the middle. The rug was still disturbed, the marks in the carpet more pronounced than before. I tried to sit down on the bed, but the weight in the room made it impossible to relax. My mind raced, and I couldn't ignore the creeping feeling that something was horribly wrong. This was no longer the same room I had stayed in so many times. I could feel it in my bones. I wasn't alone. I tried to shake it off, thinking maybe I was just overtired. I lay back on the bed, pulling the covers up to my chin and staring at the ceiling. But sleep wouldn't come. My eyes darted around the room, catching every shadow, every flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. Then, a knock on the door. It wasn't the kind of knock you'd expect from housekeeping or a late-night visitor. This was soft, almost tentative, as if whoever was on the other side didn't want to disturb me, but had no choice. My breath caught in my throat. The timing couldn't have been worse. I had just started to question my own sanity, and now this. I waited for a moment, unsure whether I should answer. The knock came again, more insistent this time. I stood up slowly, my legs shaky, and approached the door. I glanced through the peephole. No one was there. Nothing but the empty hallway stretching out before me. I opened the door cautiously, half expecting to find someone standing there, but no one was in sight. The hallway was empty. The quiet hum of the fluorescent lights was the only sound. I stepped back inside the room, closing the door behind me. The silence in the room was deafening, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something I couldn't explain. I sat back down on the bed, staring at the chair in the corner. It wasn't just the room. It wasn't just the knock. It was the entire atmosphere, the creeping sense of something being out of place, something hiding just beneath the surface. Then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A small note had appeared on the bedside table. It wasn't there when I arrived. I would have seen it, surely. But now it was sitting there, perfectly placed in the center of the table. I picked it up, my hands trembling. The note was simple, just a few words scrawled in ink. "You've been here before, and you'll be back again." I froze, the note slipping from my fingers as my mind raced. How could this be? How could someone know that? I hadn't told anyone where I was staying. This wasn't a place I frequented, not enough to be remembered. But it felt like it had been waiting for me to notice. The silence was deafening again, but this time it felt suffocating. And then, as if on cue, the scratching sound returned. Only this time, it was louder, closer. It was as if whatever it was moving toward me. The scratching didn't stop. It wasn't just a one-off sound anymore. It was constant. As I lay there, trying to convince myself that it was just the house settling or some old pipes groaning, the noise seemed to shift. It moved from the corners of the room to the walls, then back to the floor, and now it was almost as if something was tapping against the window, lightly at first, then with increasing urgency. I tried to ignore it. I forced myself to shut my eyes, to block out the creeping feeling that had settled over me like a thick fog. I was alone, I told myself. There was nothing to fear. The hotel was just old. Old buildings creak, shift, and groan. but my mind refused to settle. The knock had been unsettling enough, but now this was different. I tossed and turned, trying to find some sort of comfort in the bed, but it was impossible. The walls felt like they were closing in. Every creak, every groan of the building seemed to echo louder in my ears, like the very foundation of the hotel was shifting beneath me. It was the smell again. That musty, almost suffocating odor that seemed to pervade the room and was now growing stronger, heavier. It wasn't just in the room anymore. It was in the hallway. It was in my clothes, in my hair. Everywhere I went, it followed me like a shadow. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to figure out what was happening. I had to know what was going on. I threw off the covers and swung my legs over the side of the bed. The room was pitch black, the only light coming from the faint glow of the city outside, barely peeking through the curtains. I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand again, my hand trembling as I turned it on. The beam of light swept over the room, landing on the chair once more. The rug still bore the marks of something heavy being dragged across it. The chair, still placed oddly in the center of the room, looked as though it had been disturbed again, its back turned slightly, as if someone had just left it. I turned to the window. The tapping had stopped, but the air was thick. There was something wrong with the atmosphere, something I couldn't put into words. I moved toward the window and pulled the curtain back just enough to peer outside. The city below seemed so far away, silent and unmoving. There was nothing outside. Nothing to explain the dread that seemed to be gathering in the room with me. Then I noticed it again. The note. It was sitting there on the bedside table, but this time it wasn't just a simple note. There was something written on it, something new, scribbled hastily in a rushed, almost frantic hand. It's watching you. It never forgets. I froze. My stomach twisted. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and for the first time since I had arrived, I felt my heart race in genuine fear. The first note, the one I'd found earlier, hadn't been like this. It had been cryptic, but this was different. This was a direct threat. I grabbed the note, feeling the cold, slightly damp paper in my hand. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what was happening. This couldn't be a coincidence. Someone had to be behind this. But who? And why? The air around me seemed to grow thicker, and the room felt colder than it had before. It was as though something unseen was breathing with me, filling the space with its presence. I could feel it, creeping into the very walls of the room. The silence that had settled over the hotel was oppressive, stifling. Even the city sounds below seemed muffled, as if the whole world had suddenly fallen quiet. I needed answers. I couldn't just sit here and wait for something else to happen. I opened the door to the hallway, stepping out into the dim light of the corridor. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch farther than they should. The hallway was empty, silent, but the same musty odor clung to the air, heavier here, more pronounced. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves, but the smell only made my stomach churn. I moved toward the stairs, hoping to find someone, anyone, who could explain what was going on. But when I reached the stairwell, I was met with an eerie silence. There was no sign of the hotel staff, no guests coming or going. The place felt deserted, like I was the only person left in the building. I turned around and walked back to my room, the strange sense of being watched growing stronger with each step. The hallway stretched on, longer than it should have been, the shadows more pronounced. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting someone or something to be there. But there was nothing. Just the same, empty corridor. When I returned to my room, the door was ajar, slightly cracked open. I hadn't left it like that. I was sure of it. I stepped inside cautiously, the light from the hallway spilling into the room and illuminating the space just enough to see. The chair was in the center of the room now. It wasn't just moved. It was placed in front of the bed, facing it. The same note was now on the bed, but this time it was different. The words were hastily scrawled, as though someone had written them in a hurry, in a panic. "It won't stop until you understand." I stood frozen, unable to move, the flashlight still clenched tightly in my hand. The room felt different now, heavier, like something was about to happen, something that I couldn't prevent. I glanced around the room, my eyes darting over the walls, the shadows, the furniture. And that's when I saw it. The wall near the bed was different. The paint was peeling away, exposing something underneath, something I hadn't noticed before. At first, I thought it was just old wallpaper, torn and damaged with age. But as I stepped closer, the truth became clear. There was a door, hidden behind the wall, almost perfectly concealed. It was small, barely noticeable. Its edges were frayed, as though someone had tried to seal it shut. But over time, the wall had begun to give way, revealing what was underneath. I reached out to touch it, and as my hand made contact with the surface, a chill ran down my spine. The wall felt cold, impossibly cold, as though it had been exposed to the elements for years. My fingers brushed against the door handle, and it creaked open slightly, as if it had been waiting for me. I hesitated, fear flooding my senses. I had to know what was behind that door. I couldn't turn back now. I needed to understand. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open, the creak of the hinges echoing through the room. What lay beyond was not what I had expected. The room behind the door was dark, suffocating me so. The air was thick, heavy with the smell of mildew and decay. As my flashlight swept across the room, I saw something in the far corner. Something tall, something that shouldn't have been there. Something watching me. And that's when the scratching started again. Only this time, it wasn't just coming from the walls. It was coming from inside the room. I stood frozen, unable to comprehend what was unfolding before me. My breath caught in my throat, and my hand tightened around the flashlight, though the beam of light trembled as my grip weakened. The room in front of me wasn't just another part of the hotel. It wasn't just a forgotten space hidden behind a wall. No, this was something else entirely. The scratching continued, growing louder now, as if whatever was in the room had become aware of my presence. The sound wasn't just a vague noise anymore. It was rhythmic, deliberate, as though something or someone was trying to communicate with me, but I couldn't quite understand the message. The air grew colder still, thick with a heaviness that seemed to press down on me from all sides. My heartbeat drummed in my ears, a frantic, erratic rhythm that matched the unease creeping up my spine. I swallowed hard, but my throat was dry, the fear sitting in my chest like an anchor. My mind raced, unable to settle on any single thought. The room felt foreign now, the darkness swallowing me whole. And then, with a sudden, unnerving clarity, I saw it. In the corner of the room, barely visible in the dim light of my shaking flashlight, something moved. It wasn't human, at least, not in the way I understood humans. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form twisted and disjointed, like the shadows had taken on a life of their own. It had no distinct features at first glance, but there was something about it that made the very air around it feel suffocating. A presence, heavy and malignant, radiated from it. My heart skipped a beat, then another, until it was racing too fast to keep track. My mind screamed at me to run, to turn around and flee the hotel, to forget I had ever stepped foot in this forsaken place. But my legs betrayed me, refusing to move, as if the very room had locked me in place. I wanted to scream, to yell for help, but the words stuck in my throat. My voice felt trapped, suffocated by the weight of whatever this thing was. I could feel its eyes on me, though I couldn't see them. There was no need. I could feel the pressure, the gaze of something ancient, something dark, studying me. The silence was deafening, broken only by the soft, scraping sound that had now become more rhythmic, more deliberate. It was coming from the floor, from behind the twisted figure in the corner. I forced myself to move, my feet heavy against the floor, as though the very ground beneath me was pulling me toward the creature. The flashlight's beam flickered and sputtered, casting long, trembling shadows across the room. I could barely make out the shape now, but I could see enough to understand that I wasn't alone. It wasn't just watching me, it was waiting. With every step I took, the room seemed to close in further. The walls felt tighter, pressing in on me, suffocating the air around me. I tried to take a breath, but it was like the room had swallowed it whole. Every inch of space in the room seemed saturated with this presence, this unnatural force that wasn't supposed to exist. I should have turned around. I should have run. But I couldn't. The room had already made its decision. It had claimed me the moment I stepped inside. Suddenly, the scratching stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the noise. It was complete, unbroken. I couldn't even hear my own breathing anymore. It felt like time itself had paused. I stood in the doorway, staring at the creature, unsure of what to do, unsure of whether I was even capable of doing anything at all. And then it spoke. At first, I thought I was imagining it. My mind, frayed by fear, conjuring voices where none existed. But no, the voice came again, rasping, like nails dragging across glass. You should have left. The words chilled me to my core. They weren't spoken out loud, but they echoed in my mind, clear as day. The voice was deep, hollow, as if it was coming from a place far beyond the room, beyond the hotel itself. The room seemed to vibrate with the weight of the words. I could feel it in my chest, in my bones. It was real. I couldn't move, couldn't even react. The creature's presence seemed to pull every ounce of strength from me, as if it were draining my very essence. I felt the room growing darker, the shadows reaching out for me, creeping along the walls, the ceiling, the floor. And then, slowly, agonizingly, the creature began to move. It unfolded, slowly at first, as though it had been waiting for the right moment to emerge, to make itself known. The limbs stretched out, joints cracking with a grotesque sound that echoed in my ears. I recoiled, but my legs wouldn't obey me. I wanted to run, to scream, but I was trapped. The creature's form began to become more defined as it moved toward me. Its body was long, twisted, impossibly thin, but there was a sense of strength in its movements. The skin, or what I assumed was skin, was a sickly pale shade, almost translucent, stretching tight over the bones in an unnatural way. I could see the veins pulsing beneath the surface, dark and thick. Its face was the most disturbing part, though. It wasn't a face at all, not in any way that made sense. It was a mass of shifting, grotesque features, constantly changing, never still. Eyes that blinked in odd patterns, a mouth that stretched too wide, teeth that weren't teeth, but jagged shards of something else. My breath hitched in my throat as I stared at it, unable to look away. It stopped just in front of me, its presence overwhelming. It tilted its head, as if studying me, and then, just as suddenly, it spoke again. I have watched you. I have seen your every move. The words hit me like a physical blow. My heart pounded so hard that I thought it might burst from my chest. It had been watching me. From the moment I checked into the hotel, from the moment I stepped into that room, it had been there, observing, waiting. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it all, but I couldn't. It leaned closer, its grotesque face mere inches from mine. I could feel its breath, or what passed for breath, cold and fetid against my skin. The smell was overpowering, like rotting earth, like something that had been buried for far too long. My stomach churned. I wanted to gag, but I couldn't. I am here because you are here, the creature whispered, and this time I felt it, deep within me, vibrating through my very being. It wasn't just speaking to me, it was speaking through me. You are the key. The room felt like it was spinning. I staggered back, but the creature followed, its movements too fast, too unnatural. I stumbled, my back hitting the wall, but I couldn't escape. It was everywhere. It was in my head, in my chest, in the air I breathed. There was no way out. I wanted to scream, to beg for mercy, but the words wouldn't come. All I could do was stare into those shifting eyes, feeling the weight of its gaze on me, pulling me deeper into its web. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it stopped. It pulled back, its form shrinking, the features on its face fading into a blur. The room around me began to pulse, the walls shifting, the air thickening again with that suffocating, oppressive presence. It was gone. But the room wasn't the same anymore. Neither was I. The silence that followed was deafening. But I wasn't alone. I never had been. The hotel had claimed me. It had taken something from me, something I wasn't sure I'd ever get back. The scratching resumed, louder this time, closer, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I didn't know what had just happened. I didn't know what I had just witnessed. But one thing was certain. I wasn't the same anymore, and neither was the hotel. I stumbled backward, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart thundering in my chest as the darkness of the room seemed to close in on me. The creature had vanished, leaving behind only the remnants of its presence, the lingering sense of dread that had settled deep within my bones. The scratching sound, now louder and more insistent than ever, filled the air like a maddening pulse, and I could feel the walls pressing in on me, suffocating me. My vision blurred, my head spinning as I tried to make sense of what had just transpired. My mind was reeling, but one thought kept repeating over and over again, get out. I needed to get out of this room. I needed to get out of the hotel. I didn't care where I went. I didn't care how I got there. All I knew was that I couldn't stay in this place any longer. I couldn't be trapped by whatever force had taken hold of me, of this hotel. It was too much, too terrifying, too unnatural. I turned toward the door, my legs trembling beneath me as I moved, my hand shaking as I reached for the handle. But as I grasped it, a sudden, overwhelming sense of cold washed over me, freezing my very soul. My fingers froze against the door, unable to move. My mind screamed for me to push the door open, to run, to escape, but it felt as though I was being held in place by some invisible force, some unseen power that would not let me go. The scratching grew louder, more frantic, as though something or someone was desperate for me to stay. The sound seemed to vibrate through my entire body, sending waves of nausea crashing over me. I could feel my sanity beginning to fray, unraveling at the edges, as though I were on the verge of losing myself entirely. I couldn't let it take me. I couldn't let it win. With a final, desperate push, I forced the door open, the metal creaking as though it, too, were reluctant to let me leave. My eyes locked on the hallway beyond, and I didn't hesitate. I bolted into the corridor, running as fast as my legs would carry me. The hotel felt like it was closing in on me, the walls bending and twisting, the air thick with the presence of whatever haunted this place. My breath came in shallow gasps, my footsteps echoing in the empty hall, and I could feel the weight of something following me, its cold breath on my neck. I didn't dare look back. I didn't care about the stairs, the elevators, or the layout of the building anymore. All I cared about was getting out. My mind raced with the questions that had been left unanswered, questions I had no answers to. What was that creature? What had it wanted from me? And why had the room felt like it was pulling me in, claiming me as its own? I didn't know, and I didn't care. All that mattered now was escape. As I sprinted through the hallway, I reached the main entrance of the hotel. The door stood wide open, a faint light spilling from the outside, as though the world beyond was calling to me. But as I reached for the door, my heart sank. It was locked. The door, the only escape, was sealed shut, as though it had never been open at all. I pounded on the glass, screaming for help, but the sound of my voice was swallowed by the emptiness of the hotel. I could feel my panic rising again, the claustrophobia closing in, but there was no one here. No one to hear me. No way out. The scratching continued, relentless. And now I could hear something else. A soft whisper, like a voice carried on the wind. I couldn't make out the words, but I knew they weren't meant for me. I turned and looked back down the hallway. And that's when I saw it. A figure stood at the far end of the corridor, half shrouded in shadows. It was tall, too tall, its form misshapen, its edges blurred, like it didn't belong in this world. It was the same figure I had seen before in that room, the one that had spoken to me. But this time, it wasn't just an apparition. It wasn't just a nightmare. It was real. The creature tilted its head, as though it recognized me, as though it had been waiting for me, watching me the entire time. I froze, unable to move, unable to think. The air grew colder, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. The room, the hotel, had already claimed me once, and now it was coming for me again. But something inside me snapped. I wasn't going to let this thing, this hotel, win. I wasn't going to let it take me. I had to fight. I had to find a way out. I backed away from the door, my eyes never leaving the creature as it slowly advanced toward me. My pulse raced, my thoughts jumbled, but my focus was clear. Survive. I needed to survive. In a sudden burst of adrenaline, I ran down the hall, my footsteps pounding against the floor, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature followed, its distorted form gliding effortlessly through the air, its shadow stretching out behind it like a dark, suffocating veil. I could hear its footsteps, slow and methodical, each step closer than the last. I didn't know where I was going. All I knew was that I couldn't stop. Not now. The hotel felt like it was alive, its walls twisting and shifting as I ran, as though it were trying to swallow me whole. I passed the rooms, the same rooms that had once seemed so familiar, but now they were just doors closed, locked, silent. They were as empty as I felt inside. I couldn't remember how many hallways I had passed, how many turns I had made, but I wasn't stopping. I reached the back exit. It wasn't locked. In a frenzied panic, I yanked the door open and stumbled out into the night. The cool air hit me like a slap to the face, the sounds of the world outside rushing back to me. I didn't stop running. I didn't even look back. The hotel, that godforsaken place, was behind me now. And yet, as I ran, I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't truly escaped. The hotel had changed me. It had taken something from me, something I could never get back. I could hear the distant scratching still echoing in my mind. I had left the hotel, but the hotel had never left me. Days passed, and I tried to put it all behind me. I moved far away from that place, far from the hotel that had nearly consumed me. But the nightmares didn't stop. Every night, the same whispers, the same scratching, the same presence lurking just beyond the edge of my consciousness. I had thought the hotel was a place, a physical structure, but it wasn't. It was something more, something ancient and powerful, something that could reach beyond its walls, beyond time and space. It had chosen me, and now, no matter how far I ran, I couldn't escape its grip. I don't know what it wanted. I don't know why it chose me. But one thing is certain. I never returned to that town, never passed near that hotel, and I've made it a point to avoid anything that could remind me of what I experienced. But no matter how much I try to move on, no matter how many miles I put between myself and that nightmare, it lingers like a shadow, just out of reach, but never quite gone. It's been months since I left, and I've found a semblance of peace. I've gone back to a life of routine, of normalcy. But even in the daylight, I can still hear it, the scratch of something against wood, the rustle of an old door creaking open. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment, I'll turn and find the air too still, too quiet, and my heart will race for no reason at all. My hands tremble as I shut off the lights at night, still unsure whether I'm leaving the room for sleep or trying to escape from something that has never truly left me. I tell myself it was just a hotel, just a room, that what I experienced was nothing more than a bad memory, a figment of my imagination. But that's a lie. Deep down, I know what happened was real. I know that whatever I encountered in that place isn't bound by the laws of this world. It's not something that can be explained, not something that can be reasoned with. It doesn't live in the realm of reality we understand. Sometimes I wonder if it's still there waiting in that room, or perhaps in 1,000 others just like it, ready to pull someone else into its twisted grip. Maybe, even as I try to forget, I'm part of something much bigger than I realize. Something that's been there long before I checked in, and will continue long after I'm gone. I've asked myself countless times why it was me, why I was the one who had to face it. And the truth is I'll never have an answer. But what I do know is this: it will never let me forget. The hardest part about all of this, the part that keeps me awake at night, is the haunting sense that I've become a part of the story, not just a witness to it. That hotel, that thing inside it, somehow marked me. It branded me with an invisible scar that no amount of time or distance can erase. I'm no longer just an ordinary man with a story to tell. I'm a warning, a reminder of something dark, lurking just beneath the surface of our world. I've tried to move on, to leave behind the weight of it all. But the truth is, I don't think I can ever truly escape. The hotel was never just a place. It was a doorway, a threshold between worlds. And no matter where I go, I feel it pulling at me, dragging me back to that awful room, to the creature I barely escaped. I can't be sure if the hotel still exists, or if it's just a figment of my trauma, but a part of me feels like it doesn't matter. I could search the world over, and I would never find peace from it. It has become a part of me, woven into the fabric of my being. Even in my quietest moments, it's there, just out of reach, whispering my name. Maybe one day, someone else will check into that room. Maybe they'll have the same experience I did, and maybe they'll understand. But for me, that place is gone, destroyed by time, lost in the folds of my memory. Yet, the fear remains. I don't know if it will ever go away. I don't know if I even want it to. Because as terrifying as it is to admit, part of me wonders if, deep down, I'm not just running from the hotel. I'm running from myself. Running from the part of me that is still tied to that night. The part of me that's still waiting to face whatever that hotel had in store for me. And maybe, just maybe, the real terror is knowing that I'll never know for sure if I escaped at all. As I sit here, reflecting on the events that have forever altered the course of my life, I wonder how many others have had similar experiences. How many people have checked into that very hotel, entered those rooms, only to vanish from the world without a trace? How many others have been pulled into the darkness, never to return, leaving only whispered stories and broken memories in their wake? I'll never forget what I saw, what I felt, and what I barely survived. But as I tell this story now, I can't help but feel that in some twisted way, I am still there. Perhaps I always will be. The past has a strange way of clinging to us, especially when it's as horrifying as this. I won't say I'm a changed person, because change doesn't seem to apply in this situation. Instead, I've become something else, something unexplainable. Something that is part of the very fabric of the unknown. This all began a few months ago during a road trip that was supposed to be nothing more than a peaceful escape from the hustle and bustle of daily life. My name is Michael, and I was traveling alone, as I often do. I'd been working non-stop for months, and the constant pressure had started to weigh on me. A long drive through the countryside seemed like the perfect remedy to clear my head. It was late summer, just after the heat of the day had faded into a cool, comfortable evening. The sun was sinking behind the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The landscape outside the car window was a blend of open fields, winding roads, and small patches of forest. I wasn't in any particular hurry to get anywhere. The trip was about the journey, not the destination. I had no set plans, just a vague route that would take me through some remote parts of the country. I drove for hours, listening to the hum of the engine and the occasional clink of the gear shift. The radio stations were spotty, so I kept the dial set to a soft instrumental station, a background to the silence that seemed to surround me. Occasionally, I would pass through small towns or sleepy villages, but nothing out of the ordinary. The further I drove, the fewer cars I saw. Eventually, I found myself on a long stretch of road, completely alone. At some point, the sun had completely disappeared, leaving only the faint glow of twilight to light the way. That's when I first noticed it, this strange town that wasn't on any of the maps I had checked before setting out. I'd seen nothing about it on road signs or on my GPS, but as I drove, I couldn't help but notice the lights in the distance. The town was faintly illuminated, but there was no indication of it on any map I had. No sign, no town name, nothing. My curiosity piqued. I decided to make a quick stop. What was a small detour, right? I was on a journey with no real destination, so why not check out this little unknown place? The road that led to it was well paved, smooth, and almost perfectly straight, but the further I went in, the more the town felt off. The closer I got, the more I realized how odd it was. No other cars on the road, not a soul walking on the sidewalks. It felt like stepping into a forgotten corner of the world. The town, though quaint, had an eerie stillness to it. Rows of houses sat perfectly lined along the main street, but there was no movement. No dogs barking. No children playing. The trees lining the streets were thick, their branches heavy with the weight of age, but not a leaf stirred in the wind. I didn't know why, but something about the place made me uneasy. I hadn't planned on staying, but as I parked near the town's only diner, I thought a quick stop for a cup of coffee wouldn't hurt. Maybe I was just tired from the long drive. The diner looked old, though well maintained, with its neon sign flickering slightly, casting a pale green light onto the pavement. I stepped out of the car and walked toward the door, glancing around as I did. No one was around. I pulled the door open and stepped inside. The inside of the diner was a stark contrast to the emptiness outside. The atmosphere was warm, with the faint scent of coffee filling the air. There were a couple of booths along the walls and a long counter that stretched across the back. Behind the counter, a waitress stood, wiping down the counter with a rag. She didn't seem surprised to see me, almost as if she'd been expecting someone. She was older, with deep lines marking her face, though she smiled warmly when I walked in. "Evening," she said. "What can I get for you?" I nodded, deciding to keep it simple. "Just a coffee, please." She poured me a cup without hesitation and set it in front of me. I sat at the counter, sipping the hot beverage as I looked around. The diner was small, and despite the oddness of the town outside, it felt strangely familiar. The clink of dishes in the kitchen and the hum of an old refrigerator filled the air, giving the place a comforting, if not a slightly melancholic, vibe. As I sat there, I looked around for any signs of life or other customers, perhaps, but the place remained eerily quiet. I didn't know why, but I felt like I was being watched. Not by the waitress, but by something else. When I finished my coffee, I paid and stood up to leave, but before I could reach the door, the waitress called out to me. "Don't stay too long," she said, her voice low. "The road's safe enough, but the night's not for wandering around here." I was taken aback. Her words weren't threatening, but they were unsettling. I couldn't help but feel like there was something she wasn't saying. I didn't know if it was just my tired mind playing tricks on me, but as I walked back to the car, I had the distinct feeling that the town was hiding something that didn't belong on any map. The air had grown colder as the night deepened, and the silence had thickened. I got in my car and turned the key, eager to leave the strange town behind me. But as I pulled out of the parking lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't quite as alone as I had believed. There was something in the air, something that felt wrong. The town was quiet, but it was the kind of quiet that made your skin crawl, as though the silence itself was hiding a secret. The drive out of the town was smooth, but the unease that had settled in my gut seemed to grow with each passing mile. I couldn't explain why, but there was something that just didn't sit right about that place. The more I tried to shake it off, the more I couldn't stop thinking about the waitress's words. "The night's not for wandering around here." What did she mean by that? I tried to focus on the road ahead, but the image of the empty streets, the flickering diner sign, and the unnatural quietness of the town kept playing in my mind. I glanced at my rearview mirror several times, half expecting to see headlights approaching. But there was nothing. The road was still empty, the darkness stretching out in front of me, untouched by anything but the occasional flicker of my headlights. After driving for about 20 minutes, I decided I needed to stop and stretch my legs. I pulled over at the side of the road, making sure it was safe enough to step out. The surrounding woods were dense, the trees thick and towering, their branches entwined like hands reaching out to grab you. I hadn't noticed before, but there was something strange about the way the trees seemed to encroach upon the road here. They weren't just growing alongside it, they were leaning in, almost as if they were watching me. I stepped out of the car and took a deep breath, hoping the fresh air would calm my nerves. The night was colder than it should have been for late summer, and the silence was almost suffocating. Not a single animal sound, not even the distant chirping of crickets. I stood there for a moment, staring at the dense forest that surrounded me, trying to shake off the feeling that something wasn't quite right. That's when I heard it. A soft rustling sound coming from the trees. At first, I thought it might be an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but the sound didn't match any animal I knew. It wasn't the light rustle of leaves or the scampering of small feet. It was heavier, slower, almost deliberate. My heart began to race, and I instinctively looked over my shoulder, as though expecting someone to be standing behind me. But there was nothing, just the endless darkness of the forest, pressing in from all sides. I quickly got back in the car, slamming the door shut behind me, and I started the engine. The sound of the rustling had stopped, and for a moment, I thought I might have just imagined it. Maybe I was just being paranoid. I had been driving for hours, after all. Fatigue was starting to set in, and my mind was probably playing tricks on me. But as I drove further, my unease only grew. The trees seemed to get even closer to the road, and the air felt thicker. The darkness beyond the trees seemed to swallow up the headlights, and the road stretched on endlessly ahead. I checked the time, nearly midnight. The loneliness of the open road was starting to feel oppressive, and the isolation was beginning to get to me. I thought back to the town I had just left, the strange emptiness of it, the odd feeling in the diner, and the waitress's cryptic warning. I knew I needed to stop thinking about it, but I couldn't help myself. Then, a flash of light in my peripheral vision caught my attention. For a brief second, I saw something or someone darting across the road just ahead of me. I slammed on the brakes, my heart leaping into my throat. But when I looked, there was nothing. No shadow, no figure. Just the empty road and the dark stretch of forest on either side. I sat frozen for a few moments, staring into the darkness, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Had it been an animal? Maybe a deer crossing the road? But the movement had been too fast, too deliberate. I shook my head, trying to calm myself. I'd been driving for hours. My mind was probably playing tricks on me. But I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was wrong. Something was out there, watching me. The thought sent a chill down my spine. I decided to drive faster, hoping to put some distance between myself and whatever it was that had been lurking in the woods. I glanced in my rearview mirror again, half expecting to see headlights behind me. But there was nothing. No one had followed me. The road remained as empty as it had been when I first pulled over. But just as I was starting to convince myself that I was overreacting, the engine sputtered. For a split second, the car jerked, then continued running as normal. It was as if something had briefly interrupted the flow of power. I pressed the gas pedal harder, but the car seemed to be losing speed. The engine was still running, but it sounded like it was struggling. I pulled over to the side of the road once again, this time in a bit more of a panic. I checked the dashboard for any warning lights, but everything looked normal. The fuel gauge was fine, the engine temperature was fine, and there was no indication of any mechanical issues. But the car wasn't responding like it should. I tried restarting the engine, but it hesitated before starting up again, like it was reluctant to come to life. I sat there for a moment, staring out into the dark forest, wondering what was happening. Maybe it was just a mechanical glitch, but something told me it wasn't. The strange events were adding up, and I had no idea what was going on. That's when I heard it again, the rustling sound. This time, it was much louder, much closer. It was as if something or someone was moving through the trees, approaching my car. My heart skipped a beat as I looked out into the woods, but I couldn't see anything. The darkness swallowed everything. I glanced at the side mirror, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw a figure standing just outside my window. But when I turned my head, there was no one there. I quickly rolled up the window and locked the doors, feeling a cold sweat break out across my forehead. The rustling continued, but now it was joined by another sound, slow, deliberate footsteps, as though something was walking through the leaves and twigs, getting closer and closer. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. Something was out there, moving, watching. I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't want to stay there, but I couldn't bring myself to drive away either. I felt paralyzed, trapped in a moment that seemed to stretch on forever. I looked at the road ahead, my thoughts racing. Should I leave? Should I stay? What was that rustling sound? I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. And then, as if to confirm my fear, the lights in my car flickered. They didn't just dim, they flickered, then completely went out. In the pitch black, I sat frozen, the silence pressing in around me. I fumbled for the car's emergency light, but my hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the button. The sound of footsteps continued, now closer than ever. Whatever was out there was circling my car, moving with a purpose. I could hear the soft crunch of leaves beneath heavy boots, but there was no one in sight. The lights flickered one more time, and then, just like that, they came back on. But the feeling of dread lingered, like an invisible weight pressing down on my chest. My heart was racing, and I could feel the sweat beading on my forehead. It was as if the world around me had grown colder, darker, more suffocating. I couldn't stay here anymore, not with that rustling, not with whatever or whoever was out there, circling my car. I gripped the steering wheel, the leather squeaking beneath my hands, and I started the engine. It sputtered for a moment, hesitant, before roaring to life. My eyes darted back to the woods. The footsteps had stopped, but the rustling continued, louder now, as though something was deliberately crashing through the underbrush. Whatever it was getting closer. I didn't waste any time. I pressed the accelerator to the floor, the car lurching forward as I sped away from the trees, from the rustling, from the fear that had settled like a thick fog around me. The road stretched out before me, unbroken, empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The dense forest pressed in on either side, the trees blurring past in a dark, haunting line. I tried not to look at the rearview mirror, but my eyes betrayed me. Every few seconds, I glanced back, half expecting to see headlights behind me, or worse, a figure standing in the middle of the road. But there was nothing. The road was still as empty as it had been. As the minutes passed, the silence grew oppressive, and I couldn't take it any longer. I had to figure out what was going on. This was no coincidence. This wasn't just a mechanical issue or a trick of the mind. Something was wrong, and I needed to find out what. I made a sharp turn onto a side road, hoping to find something, anything that could explain the strange occurrences. The further I drove, the more the landscape began to change. The trees were thicker now, their branches twisted and gnarled, the trunks hunched like old, crooked figures. The air grew even colder, and I could see my breath fogging up in front of me, despite the late summer heat I had felt just hours before. It was unnatural, disorienting. The road ahead was narrowing, the asphalt cracked and uneven, as though it hadn't been maintained in years. My headlights barely illuminated the path, the darkness beyond them swallowing up the light. I slowed down, taking in my surroundings. There was no sign of life, no cars, no houses, no lights. It was as if I had driven into another world entirely, one that existed apart from everything else. I felt completely isolated, more alone than I had ever felt in my life. And the further I went, the more I realized something else. The road was winding back on itself. The trees were closing in, their branches blocking my view ahead, and I was starting to feel like I was going in circles. Suddenly, I saw something in the distance. A faint light, barely visible through the trees. I couldn't tell what it was at first, just a glimmer of light, flickering in the darkness. It wasn't a car's headlights. It didn't have that steady glow. No, this was different. The light moved erratically, as if it were being carried by someone or something. My curiosity piqued. I drove toward it, my hands trembling on the wheel. The light grew brighter as I got closer, revealing a small clearing just off the road. And in that clearing was a figure, standing perfectly still. A tall figure, cloaked in a long flowing robe, the hood pulled up to conceal their face. My heart skipped a beat. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge me in any way. They were just standing there, bathed in the eerie glow of whatever light source they had. I rolled down my window, trying to get a better look. The air was cold, and the silence was deafening. Not a sound, not a movement. The only thing I could hear was the steady thump of my own heartbeat. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding strangely distant in the stillness. No response. I honked the horn, hoping to get a reaction, but the figure remained motionless. Something about the whole scene felt wrong. The way the figure stood there, so unnervingly still, gave me the chills. I couldn't explain why, but I felt like this wasn't someone I was supposed to encounter. Not on this road, not in this place. I started to roll up the window, ready to drive away, but just as I was about to accelerate, the figure turned. Slowly, deliberately, as if it were aware of my every movement. The face that had been hidden under the hood was now visible, or at least a part of it. The figure's face was obscured by shadows, but I could make out something that looked off, distorted. The features weren't human, too sharp, too angular. It was as if the face was not meant to exist in this world. I slammed my foot on the gas pedal and sped away, my mind racing. What had I just seen? Who was that figure? I didn't want to think about it, but I couldn't help myself. The whole situation felt wrong, like I had stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to be a part of. The road twisted and turned as I drove, but every time I looked in my rearview mirror, I thought I saw a faint light behind me, moving with my car. I was sure it was just my mind playing tricks, but the more I glanced back, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. Then came the voices. At first, I thought it was just the wind or the creaking of the trees. But as I listened more closely, I realized they were distinct, not natural at all. The voices seemed to be coming from all around me, whispering, muttering, calling out. They weren't loud, but they were clear. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but the tone was unmistakable, urgent, desperate, like they were trying to reach me, trying to tell me something. I slammed my hands against my ears, trying to block out the voices, but it was no use. They were inside my head now, relentless, pounding against my skull. The car seemed to slow down on its own, as if something was weighing it down, as if the very air around me had thickened, become heavier. I tried to push the accelerator down harder, but the car was moving at a crawl. I looked ahead, my breath coming faster, my heart hammering in my chest. The road ahead was still dark, still endless, but I could see something faintly in the distance. A light, a house, a structure of some sort. Anything that might offer a chance for escape, a place to stop and figure out what was happening. I was desperate for answers. As I got closer, the light grew clearer. It wasn't a house. It was a building, but not one that looked like it belonged here. It was old, decaying, as though it had been abandoned for years. Its windows were boarded up, its walls cracked and weathered. And standing in front of it, just inside the faint glow, was the same figure from before. The robed figure. Only this time, I could see their face completely. It was worse than I had imagined. The face was twisted, like something not meant to be alive. It was hollow with dark, empty eyes that stared directly at me. And that was when I knew that I wasn't just in some strange town. I was in something far worse, something far more dangerous. I slammed on the brakes and came to a screeching halt, the tires spinning on the gravel road. I had to get out of there. I had to leave. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't move. The car wouldn't start. The lights flickered, then went out completely. The car had died. Completely. The engine sputtered and fell silent, and the dashboard lights blinked off one by one, leaving only the moonlight streaming through the windshield. The weight of the silence was suffocating. I could hear my breath, ragged and shallow, cutting through the stillness, and the thudding of my heart in my chest seemed deafening. But what truly rattled me, more than the silence or the darkness, was the feeling, the certainty that I wasn't alone anymore. I stared ahead, my hands frozen on the steering wheel, my eyes fixed on the figure standing just outside the vehicle. It was impossible to tear my gaze away, despite every ounce of my being screaming at me to look away, to do something, anything, but I couldn't. That twisted face, those hollow eyes, were burned into my mind. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It just stared, its presence heavy and undeniable, as if it were waiting for something. It was then that I realized the air had changed. What had felt cold earlier had become frigid, biting. The fog, thick and unnatural, began to creep in around the car, moving like it had a mind of its own. It coiled around the tires, crawling up the sides of the doors. I could feel the temperature drop even further, and every breath I took seemed like it would be my last. It was hard to breathe, hard to think. My mind raced, searching for an escape, but there was nowhere to go. No road, no path, no way out. I turned to the windows, trying to find a way to break free, but they were fogged over. Everything was closing in. I pounded on the steering wheel, desperate, but there was no response. The car was completely immobilized, as if it had been tethered to the ground by some unseen force. I was trapped. For the first time in my life, I felt a deep, bone-chilling terror. The kind of fear that you can't reason away, the kind that consumes you whole, filling every part of you until there is no room left for anything else. It was like the darkness had a life of its own. It was alive. The silence, the air, the figure outside, they were all part of something bigger, something I couldn't even begin to understand. Suddenly, I heard the whispers again, but this time they were louder, sharper. They seemed to echo from every direction, from inside the car, from outside the car, from the very ground beneath me. The voices were frantic, distorted, and filled with an almost manic desperation. I pressed my hands to my ears, trying to block them out, but it was impossible. The sound reverberated through my skull, piercing through the walls of my mind. It wasn't just in my head, it was everywhere. And then, between the madness of the voices, I heard a word, a name. It wasn't my name, but it felt so incredibly familiar. It was a name I had never heard before, yet it resonated deep within me, like a forgotten memory just beyond my reach. Leave! It was a whisper, but it wasn't like the others. This one was clear, direct. The voice was commanding, urgent. I looked around frantically, trying to locate the source, but there was nothing. Just the fog, the figure, and the oppressive silence. I took a breath, my hands trembling. The figure had moved. It was no longer standing just outside the car. It had crossed the distance and was now standing directly in front of the windshield. Its face was still hidden beneath the hood, but I could see its eyes clearly now, those empty, black holes where a soul should be. The longer I looked, the more I could see them staring right through me, into me. I felt like I was being peeled apart, layer by layer, exposed in a way I couldn't comprehend. My chest tightened, and I gasped for air. It was getting harder to breathe. I was suffocating, drowning in the presence of whatever this thing was. My hands were slick with sweat, my fingers aching from clutching the steering wheel too tightly. The cold had crept into my bones, freezing me from the inside out. The figure's hand slowly, deliberately, reached up, its fingers curling around the hood of the car. The metal crinkled under its touch, as though it were made of paper. The car itself seemed to shudder at the contact, and I felt a tremor ripple through the seat, through my body. I wanted to scream, to move, to do anything, but I couldn't. It was as if my body had betrayed me, paralyzed by sheer terror. The figure leaned closer, its breath fogging up the windshield. I could hear it now, a slow, deliberate exhale. The sound was like a whisper, a cold rush of air, and it sent a shockwave of panic through me. It was breathing. I could hear it. It was real. And then, the most horrifying thing of all happened. The figure opened its mouth. It wasn't a mouth anymore, though. It was a gaping, distorted cavity, lined with jagged teeth that were far too long for a human. They were like shards of broken glass, sharp and menacing. The edges of the mouth twisted upward, forming a grotesque smile that was far too wide, far too unnatural. The grin was so wide, in fact, that it stretched beyond the figure's face, twisting the skin in ways that defied reason. I couldn't look away. I wanted to close my eyes, but I couldn't. I was locked in place, staring into that unholy grin, unable to move, unable to breathe. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. They were drowning out everything else, filling every corner of the car, every inch of my mind. The figure's voice, a deep, rasping growl, broke through the cacophony of whispers. "You're not supposed to be here." The words were clear now. They weren't just a command. They were a warning. A warning that I should have left long ago. But it was too late. I was here, trapped, stuck, a pawn in whatever game this thing was playing. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the figure stepped back. Slowly, deliberately, as if savoring the moment. The car shifted with a jolt, as if something had been released, but I didn't care. I was still frozen in place, my body paralyzed with fear. The figure was gone. I blinked, disoriented. The fog was lifting, the oppressive weight easing from the air. The darkness seemed to recede, and the road ahead began to clear. The cold still lingered, but the immediate danger, the feeling of being watched, had disappeared. For a moment, I thought I had imagined it all, that it had been a hallucination brought on by fear or exhaustion. But when I looked out the windshield, I saw it. The building was gone. The clearing had vanished, replaced by an endless stretch of dark, empty road. I wasn't in the same place anymore. I wasn't even sure I was still on the same road. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog from my mind. But when I looked down, I saw something I couldn't explain. A handprint pressed against the inside of the windshield, still there. Cold, wet. It was as though something had touched the glass from the outside. Something that wasn't supposed to exist. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I slammed the car into gear. I wasn't about to sit there and figure it out. I wasn't going to wait around to see if the figure came back. I hit the gas, the engine sputtering to life once again, and I sped down the road, desperate to get away from whatever I had just encountered. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't care. All I wanted was to leave, to never look back. But deep down, I knew it wasn't over. It wasn't over by a long shot. The engine roared to life, and the tires screeched as I pressed the gas pedal harder, desperate to escape the suffocating grip of that place. The road blurred beneath me, an endless ribbon of darkness stretching out in front of the headlights. I could barely think straight, my mind reeling from the surreal encounter, but there was one thing I knew with certainty. I had to get away. The night air, despite being sharp and cold, felt like a distant memory as the car sped down the empty road, my hands gripping the wheels so tightly my knuckles ached. Every few seconds, I stole a glance at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the figure, that twisted face, standing in the middle of the road. But it was always empty. The road stretched behind me, as empty and desolate as it had been before. The tension in my body didn't fade. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, something waiting for me to slip up, to falter. The feeling clung to me, suffocating, even though the physical threat was gone. I had no idea where I was anymore. The town, the fog, the figure, it all felt like a nightmare. But it wasn't. It was real. I wasn't sure how long I had been driving, but I could feel the exhaustion creeping in. My eyelids were heavy, my vision blurring from lack of sleep, from the adrenaline that had surged through me earlier. But I refused to stop. I couldn't. I was afraid that if I did, if I let myself rest, I might never wake up again. The road ahead didn't seem to change. There were no other cars, no lights, no sign of civilization. It felt like I had been driving in circles, but I couldn't be sure. Everything looked the same. The trees, the winding roads, the emptiness, they all blurred together, like the world had swallowed everything I had known, leaving me alone in some forsaken place where time didn't exist. Then I saw it. A sign. It wasn't big or flashy or anything remarkable. It was just a small, rusted sign on the side of the road, almost hidden by the overgrown weeds. I nearly missed it, but something about the faded letters caught my eye. I slowed the car and turned my head to get a better look. The sign read, "Welcome to Ashwood." I froze. Ashwood. It wasn't on any map. It wasn't a place I recognized. It was as if the name itself was a part of a memory that I couldn't quite reach. A place I had never heard of, yet felt strangely familiar, as if it had been waiting for me. But why? Why had I never seen this town before? It wasn't in any book or directory. There was nothing about it on the internet. The town I had driven through, the place with the fog, the figure, it had to be this Ashwood. I felt a chill run down my spine as the realization hit me. I wasn't just lost. I had driven into a place that wasn't supposed to exist. I slammed my foot on the gas again, unwilling to stop for anything. But as I drove, I couldn't help but glance over at the sign one more time. And just for a moment, just long enough to make my pulse quicken, I saw something moving in the distance. It wasn't a person. It wasn't a figure like before. It was a shadow stretching across the road, something that shouldn't be there. And it was following me. I pushed the pedal down harder, the engine roaring in protest. But the shadow, the presence, was gaining. I could feel it now, creeping up behind me, growing closer and closer with each passing second. My heart pounded in my chest as I glanced nervously in the rearview mirror. There was nothing there. No lights, no car, no figure. Just the emptiness. The shadow, the feeling of being pursued, was all in my head. But it wasn't. It couldn't be. I couldn't outrun it. I knew that now. There was no escaping this place. And then it happened. A flash of light, bright, blinding. I squinted against it, my heart racing. But the light didn't go away. It was coming from every direction now, filling the entire space around me, until I couldn't tell where the road ended and the light began. Everything around me went silent. The hum of the engine, the rush of the tires on the road, everything just stopped. I was trapped in a bubble of light, suspended in time. The car slowed, the once familiar road now just a fading memory. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Suddenly, I wasn't in the car anymore. I was standing in the middle of a vast, empty field. The sky above me was a deep, unnatural black, swirling with ominous clouds. The ground beneath my feet was cold, damp, and soft, as if the earth itself had been waiting for me. I couldn't understand how I had gotten here, how everything had changed so suddenly. A figure appeared in front of me, but not like the one from before. This one was different. It was taller, more imposing, and there was no mistaking what it was. It was a man, or what used to be one. His face was gaunt and pale, with hollow eyes that seemed to bore into me, seeing things I didn't even understand. His mouth opened, but no sound came out, only a low hum that seemed to vibrate through the air, filling the space. I took a step back, my body trembling with fear, but the figure didn't move. It didn't need to. It was already inside my mind, inside my thoughts, pulling at my very soul. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. Everything inside me screamed to get away, but my body refused to obey. It was like the world itself had turned against me, bending and warping, twisting in ways I couldn't begin to understand. The figure reached out a hand, and despite every instinct telling me to run, I couldn't look away. I was frozen in place, trapped in the light and the darkness, unable to move. "Leave now, before it's too late," the figure whispered, though his lips never moved. The words didn't come from his mouth. They came from everywhere, inside my mind, vibrating through my bones. "This place was never meant for you." And with that, the world around me cracked open. The ground beneath my feet split apart, the air turned to smoke, and the figure was gone, leaving only an endless void in its wake. I woke up with a gasp, the sound of my breath filling the car. My hands were shaking, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my fingers ached. The headlights were still on, the engine still running, but everything around me had changed. I was no longer in that field, no longer trapped in the endless dark. I was back on the road, but I wasn't alone. The air was thick with something. An unspoken presence, a feeling of being watched, followed me wherever I went. Ashwood, or whatever it was, had marked me. And no matter how far I drove, no matter how many miles I put between myself and that town, I knew it wasn't over. There were no answers, only questions. I didn't know what Ashwood was, or why I had been drawn to it. I didn't know what the figure had meant, or why I was still haunted by it. But I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to forget. Not ever. With the unsettling experience still gnawing at my mind, I continued driving, hoping the road ahead would offer some kind of relief. But I was left with only the echoes of that place, unanswered questions that might never be solved. Whatever had happened, whatever had followed me, I could feel it lingering, a shadow that would never quite let go. As I continued down the road, the night never seemed to end. The miles stretched on endlessly, and the world around me remained eerily still. My hands still shook from the encounter in that forgotten town, and I couldn't help but feel that I was being watched. But there was no one there. No eyes staring through the rearview mirror, no figures lurking in the darkness. The roads remained empty, just as they had when I first entered the town of Ashwood. The air was thick, and my mind kept replaying the events over and over again, like a broken record. The figure, the shadow, the cold, suffocating sense of being in a place where time didn't seem to work, a place that didn't belong. I thought back to the way the sky had looked, swirling with unnatural darkness, the feeling of being pulled in, like gravity itself had shifted. I could still hear the hum that had vibrated through my body, the words the figure had spoken. "Leave now, before it's too late." But what did that even mean? Was I supposed to have done something? Had I missed a warning? The questions continued to pile up in my mind, unanswered and persistent. I glanced over at the empty passenger seat beside me, almost as if I expected someone to be sitting there. But no one ever was. I had been alone throughout the entire trip, and yet, in that moment, I didn't feel like I was. The presence that had followed me from Ashwood still lingered, a constant reminder that whatever I had encountered there wasn't done with me yet. It was as if I was still tied to that place, still tethered to it, and no matter how far I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting. But what could I do? There was no escaping it. Ashwood wasn't just a place, it was a part of me now. I had crossed its threshold, and it had changed me, left a mark on my soul that I could never undo. As the night wore on, the world around me remained silent, save for the hum of the engine and the occasional flicker of headlights in the distance. There was no sign of another car, no sign of life beyond the darkened road. I had driven miles since leaving Ashwood, but nothing had felt the same. There was no sense of relief, no feeling of safety. The world was still wrong, distorted somehow, and I couldn't help but feel that I was trapped in it. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, I saw it. A small town in the distance. The lights were faint, barely visible through the thick fog that rolled in from the horizon. At first, I didn't think much of it, but as I drove closer, something about the place unsettled me. The streets were eerily quiet, not a single soul in sight. No cars, no people, no sign of life, just the dim lights flickering as if trying to fight off the darkness. I slowed the car, instinctively feeling my pulse quicken. The town, though different from Ashwood, seemed familiar in a way that I couldn't place. The buildings were old, the houses spaced apart with long stretches of empty land between them. It was almost as if I had stumbled upon a forgotten corner of the world, a place that didn't belong, just like Ashwood. I drove through the streets slowly, my eyes darting to every corner, searching for something, anything. But there was nothing, not a soul in sight, just the eerie stillness of a place left behind. As I passed the last row of houses, I caught sight of something at the end of the street, a figure standing in the doorway of an old house. The figure wasn't moving, just standing there, staring at me with an intensity that I couldn't understand. I couldn't make out any details, just the silhouette of a person standing in the dark. I froze. My heart stopped, my blood running cold as I realized that this figure was the same one I had seen before, the one that had haunted Ashwood. The same hollow eyes, the same twisted expression, the same presence that made the air feel thick, suffocating. I wasn't alone. Before I could react, the figure stepped back into the shadows of the house, disappearing from sight as quickly as it had appeared. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The car slowly rolled to a stop, and for a moment, I just sat there, the engine idling, the headlights casting a pale light on the empty street. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Was I still in Ashwood? Had I somehow returned without realizing it? Or was this a new town altogether? Had I been drawn to it? The questions swirled in my mind, growing louder with each passing second. I should have left, should have driven away as fast as I could, but I couldn't. I couldn't stop myself from stepping out of the car, my feet moving on their own as if guided by some unseen force. The cold night air hit me like a slap in the face, but I barely felt it. My mind was consumed by the haunting memory of Ashwood, and everything around me seemed to blur together. I walked toward the house at the end of the street, my steps slow and deliberate. There was no sound, no movement, just the weight of my own footsteps pressing down on me, the tension in the air thick and suffocating. As I reached the front door, I hesitated, feeling the weight of the moment settle on my chest. But then I heard it. A whisper, faint and distant, coming from inside the house. It was a voice, but it wasn't speaking in words. It was more like a hum, a vibration that pulsed through the air, reverberating through my body. The same hum I had felt before in Ashwood. The same unsettling presence. I knew, without a doubt, that the town, the figure, everything, it was all connected. I was still trapped in whatever nightmare had followed me from Ashwood. With trembling hands, I reached for the door handle and pushed. The door creaked open and I stepped inside. What I saw inside, I will never forget. The room was dark, the air thick with dust and decay. There were no furniture, no signs of life, just an empty, forgotten space. But in the center of the room stood a figure that wasn't human, but something else. Something far darker, far older. The figure was tall and stretched, its body writhing, shifting in ways that made no sense. Its eyes were empty, black voids that seemed to consume everything they looked at. And then it spoke. "You should have never come back." I stumbled backward, my breath catching in my throat. I turned and ran, my feet pounding against the floor as I fled from the house, from the darkness that seemed to reach out for me. The world outside was waiting, and I couldn't get back to the safety of the road fast enough. I jumped into the car, slammed the door shut, and sped off into the night, my heart pounding in my chest. The road stretched out before me, but I knew one thing with certainty now. I wasn't going to stop. Not until I was free. Not until I left that town, those figures, and whatever dark force had followed me behind. But deep down, a voice whispered in my mind, "You can never escape Ashwood." And though I drove, my hand still gripped tightly on the wheel. The road ahead was no longer the road I had once known. The night was later than most people would consider normal for a bus ride. It was the last route of the evening, and the streets were nearly empty, except for a few scattered souls who, like me, were out of place in the quiet, empty world. I remember it clearly. I was at the bus stop on a street corner that seemed to never change, a corner I'd passed by dozens of times before. The surrounding buildings, once busy during the day, now stood silent and dark, their windows reflecting nothing but the occasional street lamp. The chill of the night wrapped around me, but it wasn't cold enough to be unbearable, just enough to make you aware of the hour. I'd been working late that night, longer than usual. My job kept me in the city well into the evening, but I didn't mind. The office was a second home to me, and I enjoyed the quiet hum of late-night work. But by the time I left, the streets had emptied. The world outside felt as though it had already gone to bed. So, I made my way to the bus stop for the final ride of the night, my tired feet dragging along the pavement. The light from the bus stop flickered a bit, casting a dim, orange glow over the surroundings, and I stood there, alone, waiting. It wasn't unusual for there to be no one else waiting at this hour. The last bus was a lonely one, and most people had already found their way home by the time it arrived. But tonight, there was something different about it. I wasn't sure what it was, but there was a feeling in the air, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It wasn't until the bus itself appeared that I realized just how different this ride would be. The bus pulled up quietly, far quieter than I had expected. The engine wasn't roaring or even making its usual hum, but it wasn't until the door opened that I felt something was off. The bus driver, a middle-aged man with a thick beard and dark sunglasses, greeted me with a half-hearted wave. It wasn't the warmth you'd expect from someone who drove the last bus of the night, but I thought nothing of it at first. The bus was practically empty, just one other passenger sitting in the far corner, their face hidden beneath the brim of a worn cap. I didn't give them much thought. It was normal for the late-night rides to be quiet and uneventful. I stepped on, swiping my card without a word, and made my way to an empty seat. The door hissed shut behind me, sealing the air inside, and I leaned back, letting the rhythm of the bus take me home. It was a comfortable silence, and for a moment, I almost felt like I could relax. But as the bus began to move, there was a subtle change in the atmosphere. It was slight at first, a shift in the air, a flicker of unease, but I couldn't shake it. There was something wrong with the way the bus felt, like it had stepped out of time. The world outside the windows had changed, too. The streets, normally bathed in the soft orange glow of the streetlights, were now covered in a faint mist, the kind that made the light seem distant and far away. And that's when I realized it was as though I had stepped into another version of the city, a city I didn't recognize. I told myself it was just the fatigue from the long day getting to me. I had worked through lunch, skipped dinner, and by the time I got on the bus, my body was ready to collapse. It was probably nothing more than my mind playing tricks, the tiredness making me overthink things. But even as I tried to convince myself of this, I couldn't ignore the strange feeling that had crept into my bones. The bus rumbled along, taking me through streets that felt just a little too empty, just a little too quiet. I couldn't shake the nagging thought that something was wrong. I glanced at the other passenger. Their face was still hidden, but I could see the outline of their figure under the dim light, sitting motionless, almost unnervingly still. My curiosity started to rise. Who rides the last bus at this hour, especially with so little traffic? Why was there such an unnatural stillness hanging in the air? I tried to focus on something else, looking out the window instead, but the mist outside only seemed to grow thicker. The more I tried to push away the uncomfortable thoughts, the more they crept in. It wasn't the bus itself that felt wrong. It was the atmosphere, the sense of something being out of place. It was subtle at first, just the smallest things that didn't seem to belong. The odd angle of the streetlights, the way the buildings seemed to stretch higher than normal, the fact that I had passed the same street corner, 3 times without it registering in my mind. As the bus rolled on, I couldn't help but feel like the world outside was changing, shifting in ways I couldn't quite understand. I didn't want to believe it, but deep down, I knew that something was wrong with this bus ride. Something was waiting for me. The bus hummed along, its wheels clattering softly against the wet pavement. The city had always felt like home to me, its streets familiar and comforting. But now, as the fog rolled in thicker and the night grew colder, everything began to feel unfamiliar. I stared out the window again, trying to ignore the creeping feeling that had begun to gnaw at the edges of my mind. The streets outside looked unchanged, but there was something about them, something that didn't feel quite right. The houses, the stores, even the street signs, they seemed to blur together in a haze of dim light and mist. As I tried to make sense of it, I noticed the other passenger for the first time in a while. They were sitting in the far corner of the bus, just like before. But this time, something about them struck me as odd. They were sitting unnaturally still, their body hunched slightly, as though they were trying to hide themselves from view. At first, I thought nothing of it. Perhaps they were just tired. Maybe they didn't want to be noticed. But then, I saw something that sent a chill down my spine. Their hands were clasped tightly in their lap, but their fingers, they were twitching almost imperceptibly. It was subtle, but there was a rhythm to it, like a barely audible tapping that seemed out of place in the otherwise silent bus. I wasn't sure why, but the way their hands moved, slow and deliberate, almost as if they were trying to draw my attention, felt unnerving. I couldn't tear my eyes away. For a moment, I thought I might say something, maybe ask if they were all right, or if they needed help, but something stopped me. The words stuck in my throat, and I just couldn't bring myself to speak. There was an unspoken tension in the air, a sense that any noise, any movement, would disrupt the delicate balance of the night. The silence felt like a heavy blanket, pressing down on my chest, and I was suddenly aware of how loud my own breathing was. The bus lurched slightly, its movement jerking me out of my trance. I glanced toward the front of the bus to see the driver still sitting there, his back hunched slightly, his face obscured by the reflection of the rearview mirror. I couldn't tell if he was asleep or just waiting for something, but there was a strange stillness about him, too. He hadn't moved once since I got on. No adjustments to the wheel, no glances toward the passengers, nothing. Just a steady, unwavering stare into the road ahead. The atmosphere inside the bus seemed to tighten, the air growing colder and thicker with each passing minute. The silence was oppressive, suffocating, and I found myself staring out the window again, desperate to distract myself from the growing unease. But the mist had gotten worse. Now, it wasn't just a faint haze, it was a thick fog, swirling in and out of view, making the lights from the street lamps appear fuzzy and distant. The buildings on either side of the street were now indistinct shapes, swallowed by the fog. That's when I saw it. A figure standing in the middle of the street, just up ahead. It was a man, but the sight of him stopped me cold. He was tall, impossibly tall, standing stock straight with his back to the bus. I couldn't make out his features through the fog, but the way he stood there motionless, unblinking, was unsettling. My first instinct was to look away, to pretend I hadn't seen him, but my eyes were fixed on him, locked in place by some force I couldn't understand. The bus driver didn't seem to notice him. We continued moving forward, the bus creeping slowly through the fog, but the man remained there, standing still in the middle of the street. I held my breath, praying that the bus would just pass him by without incident, but the closer we got, the more I could feel the tension building. As we approached, the figure didn't move. It wasn't until the bus was mere feet from him that I saw it. He turned his head, but not in a way that a normal person would. It wasn't a smooth, natural movement. It was as if his neck had snapped, a sudden jerking motion that left me momentarily stunned. His head was turned all the way around, facing the bus, his eyes glowing faintly in the dark. I gasped, but no sound came out. My heart raced in my chest, and I suddenly felt like I couldn't breathe. The figure didn't move any closer, but it was as though he had locked eyes with me, as though he could see right through the bus, right into my soul. My entire body froze, every muscle tensing in fear. The only sound I could hear was the thumping of my own heartbeat, the silence in the bus deafening in comparison. Then, just as quickly as it had all started, the man was gone. I blinked, and he was no longer there, swallowed up by the thick fog, as though he had never existed at all. The bus driver still hadn't noticed. The bus continued to roll forward, gliding smoothly through the mist as though nothing had happened. I looked around, half expecting someone to say something, but the other passenger remained motionless, their hands still twitching in that strange, rhythmic manner. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't shake the image of the figure from my mind, the way he had turned his head so unnaturally. I tried to tell myself it was just a trick of the light, that the fog had played with my perception, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. Something had happened. Something was wrong. I tried to steady my breath, but my heart was still pounding. I turned toward the front of the bus, eyes flickering between the driver and the road ahead. It wasn't until we passed another streetlight that I saw it a reflection in the window. I wasn't alone anymore. Someone was sitting in the seat next to me. I hadn't heard them come in, and I hadn't seen them approach, but there they were, sitting just a few inches away, staring straight ahead. Their presence was so quiet, so subtle, that I hadn't even noticed them at first. I didn't look at them, not directly. I didn't want to. I couldn't. I could feel their eyes on me, though, a weight pressing down on me that I couldn't explain. My hands began to sweat, my fingers gripping the edge of my seat. The bus seemed to move faster now, its engine humming louder, and the mist outside seemed to thicken, swirling around us. The lights in the bus flickered once, twice, then settled again, but I could feel it, an increasing sense of urgency, as though something was pushing us forward, urging us to keep going. I didn't know who the new passenger was. I didn't know what they wanted. But I knew one thing for certain. Something on this bus wasn't right. Something had changed, and it was only getting worse. The air inside the bus had shifted, becoming thicker, heavier, and colder, as if the very atmosphere itself was infected by an unnatural chill. The streetlights outside seemed dimmer now, casting long, warped shadows across the fog-blanketed road. I kept my eyes on the window, trying to make sense of what was happening. But every time I looked, the outside world seemed a little more distorted, a little more unreachable. I couldn't shake the feeling that the fog was closing in around us, suffocating us. It was hard to tell how much time had passed since the strange figure had disappeared from the street. Maybe minutes, maybe hours. The bus had been rolling through the city streets for what felt like an eternity, but there was no sign of life beyond the thin veil of mist. The streets were empty, no cars, no pedestrians, no signs of civilization. It was as if the world had suddenly been abandoned, leaving us stranded in this desolate, fog-bound expanse. The only sound was the steady hum of the bus's engine and the occasional squeak of the brakes. I glanced at the other passenger again, the one who had been sitting so eerily still. Their hands had stopped twitching, but their body was unnervingly rigid, almost like a statue. I had the distinct feeling that they were aware of me watching, though they hadn't moved. I tried to look away, but my gaze kept returning to them. There was something about them, something unsettling that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Suddenly, the bus lurched to a stop. I wasn't prepared for it. My body jerked forward, and I grabbed the seat in front of me to steady myself. The abruptness of the halt caught me off guard, and my heart skipped a beat. The driver had not made any indication that we were nearing a stop, and yet here we were, idling in the middle of the road, the engine growling low and steady. My eyes flickered to the front of the bus, but the driver didn't seem to react. He was still sitting there, motionless, his hands gripping the steering wheel with a white-knuckled intensity. His gaze remained fixed on the road ahead, unblinking, as though he couldn't see the empty streets that lay before us. I tried to calm myself, to make sense of the situation. Maybe it was just a mechanical issue. Maybe the bus had hit a glitch. But even as I thought this, A deeper, more primal fear settled in my chest. There was no logical explanation for the way the atmosphere had shifted. The silence was maddening, and the sense of isolation of being trapped had grown unbearable. I turned to the other passenger, half expecting them to make some sort of comment or gesture, but they remained as still as ever. They didn't even seem to acknowledge the sudden stop. I opened my mouth to say something, but no words came out. My throat felt tight, constricted. It was as if something was blocking my voice, preventing me from making a sound. I took a slow, steadying breath, then glanced out the window, searching for any signs of life, anything to break the strange tension that had built up around us. The fog outside had thickened even further, and the world beyond the bus had become a blur of swirling gray. The streetlights cast long, eerie shadows, their faint glow swallowed by the mist. I strained my eyes, trying to make sense of the shapes that loomed just beyond the reach of the light. There was something moving out there. I blinked hard, and the shape was gone. But when I focused again, it was there. A dark figure just like before, standing in the middle of the street. My heart pounded in my chest, and the air in the bus grew impossibly cold. This time, the figure didn't remain still. It was moving toward us, slowly, deliberately, its silhouette a dark blur against the dense fog. I could feel my pulse quicken, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The figure seemed to glide over the pavement, its movements unnatural, like it was drifting rather than walking. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to scream, to demand the driver take action, to pull the bus away from whatever it was that was coming closer, but the words wouldn't come. The air was too thick, the tension too heavy, and I felt frozen, trapped in my seat. The other passenger hadn't moved an inch. Their eyes were fixed ahead, their body rigid, and they seemed completely unaware of the growing danger just outside. The bus began to move again, as if of its own accord, creeping forward at a snail's pace. The figure was still there, still moving closer, its form growing clearer with every passing second. But as the bus drew near, something changed. The figure stopped, its head tilting at an odd angle. I could see its face now, or what should have been its face, empty, hollow, as though it had no features at all. Just smooth, featureless skin where the eyes, nose, and mouth should have been. It was as though the face had been erased, wiped clean of any humanity. A shiver ran down my spine as the figure raised its arm. Not in a normal, human gesture, but in a slow, jerking motion, as if its limbs were not functioning properly. I couldn't look away. My eyes were glued to it, drawn in by the strange, unearthly presence it exuded. The bus moved closer, the figure's arm stretching out toward us. Just as I thought the figure would reach the bus, it vanished. One moment it was there, standing in the middle of the street, and the next, nothing. The fog swallowed it whole, leaving no trace behind. For a split second, I thought I had imagined it all, that my mind had played a cruel trick on me. But then I looked around at the other passengers, at the driver, and I realized that they had seen it too. There was a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a change in the way the silence hung in the air. The tension was unbearable now, and the strangest thing was that no one had spoken. The bus continued to move, albeit at an even slower pace. The city had disappeared completely, replaced by an endless stretch of road and an impenetrable wall of fog. There was no destination, no end in sight. It was as if we were trapped in some kind of purgatory, forever suspended in this unearthly realm. The further we went, the more the sense of isolation deepened. The bus's lights flickered again, briefly, casting everything into darkness before they came back on. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. It was as though eyes were upon us from all sides, from the empty streets, from the very fog that surrounded us. The quiet was deafening, punctuated only by the rhythmic hum of the engine and the occasional thud of the tires against the road. I needed answers. I needed to understand what was happening, what had happened to the city, to this bus, to all of us. Slowly, I stood up from my seat, my legs trembling. The other passenger didn't react at all. They didn't even seem to acknowledge my movement. Their hands were still clenched in their lap, their body rigid. I moved toward the front of the bus, the sound of my footsteps, the only noise breaking the suffocating silence. As I approached the driver's seat, I saw something that stopped me cold. The driver wasn't just staring ahead. His eyes were wide open, locked in a blank, unseeing stare. His hands still gripped the wheel, but his face was pale, his mouth slightly open, as if he were frozen in place. I took a tentative step closer, and that's when I saw something reflected in the rearview mirror. It was faint at first, but then it became clearer. In the reflection, I saw something standing behind me. It was the figure from the street, its face still hollow, still featureless, its arms stretched out toward me. I whipped around, but there was nothing there. The bus was empty. It was just me, alone with the driver, the strange passenger, and the overwhelming sense that we were not alone in this place, that we had never been alone. I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead. The fog had thickened, the night seemed to stretch endlessly, and the terror was growing. I wasn't just trapped on a bus. I was trapped in a nightmare. The air was thick with an unspoken terror. The bus had become a prison, and we were its unwilling occupants, trapped between worlds, suspended in time. Every second felt like an eternity, and with each passing moment, the fear in my chest intensified, squeezing tighter and tighter, as though something were slowly strangling the life out of me. The fog outside had settled into an oppressive blanket, and the streetlights that flickered weakly along the road barely illuminated the path ahead. I couldn't stop shaking. My hands trembled uncontrollably as I gripped the seat in front of me. Sweat clung to my skin, chilling me as the cold air seemed to seep in from every crack and crevice. I could feel my pulse thumping in my ears, and it was as though the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I looked around the bus. The other passenger was still motionless. Their body had not shifted an inch since the moment I'd first seen them. The driver was the same, frozen in place, his eyes wide and unblinking, his hands gripping the steering wheel like a man possessed. I tried to make eye contact with them to see if they were still aware of what was happening, but they didn't respond. It was as if they were no longer human, as though they had been replaced by something else. I needed to know what was happening. I couldn't stay passive anymore. I couldn't wait for something to happen to me. I had to act. My body was screaming for movement, for action, and yet my mind remained paralyzed. Then it happened. The lights flickered again, this time longer than before, and when they returned, everything had changed. The bus was no longer moving. We were stopped, dead in the middle of the road, with no sign of life outside. The fog had thickened even further, and the world beyond the windows had turned into a murky void. The air felt colder now, biting at my skin, and I could taste the bitterness of fear in my mouth. That's when I heard it. A sound, faint at first, but unmistakable. A tapping. Soft at first, like a whisper, but it grew louder, more insistent. It was coming from the back of the bus. My heart skipped a beat. I slowly turned my head, my eyes darting to the rearview mirror, but there was nothing. The reflection only showed the empty seats, the dull glow of the overhead lights casting long stretched shadows across the floor. But the tapping, it wasn't just in my mind, it was real. It was happening. I stood up, my legs unsteady beneath me, and made my way toward the back of the bus. The air seemed heavier with every step, the pressure building in my chest. The tapping continued, louder now, more rhythmic, as though someone or something was knocking on the back door. It sounded like a hand against metal, gentle but relentless, and I could feel it vibrating through my bones. I reached the back of the bus, my heart hammering in my throat, and with one final breath, I turned to face the door. The noise stopped abruptly. I stood frozen, staring at the door, my breath shallow and fast. The tapping had ceased, and in its place was an overwhelming silence. A silence that pressed in on me, suffocating me, as if the very air around me was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. And then, with a suddenness that made my blood run cold, the door slammed open. It was as though an unseen force had thrown it wide, the sound of metal grinding against metal echoing through the bus. I stumbled backward, my back slamming into the seat. My heart was racing now, my pulse pounding in my temples, and I felt a wave of nausea hit me like a freight train. Something was in the doorway. Something was coming. It emerged from the fog outside, a figure, cloaked in shadows, its outline barely visible through the thick haze. It stepped onto the bus with deliberate, slow movements, its feet making no sound on the floor. The figure was too tall, and its limbs were long and unnaturally thin. It had no face, no distinguishing features, just a blank, empty canvas where a human face should have been. The air grew colder with each step it took, and I could feel the chills seeping deep into my bones. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, I thought I was going to faint. The figure continued to move toward the front of the bus, its long arms hanging at its sides, its feet gliding across the floor like it was floating. I turned to the driver, desperate for help, but he was still the same, unmoving, unblinking, frozen in place, as though he hadn't even seen the thing that was now walking toward me. I tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. It felt like something was pressing against my chest, squeezing the air out of my lungs. The figure was right in front of me now, and I could feel its presence, its cold, suffocating presence filling the space around me. It reached out, its thin fingers stretching toward me. I could feel the darkness in its touch before it even made contact, like an icy, oppressive force that threatened to crush me. And then, it spoke. A voice, deep and distorted, like 1,000 whispers layered on top of each other, echoed in my mind. The words were incomprehensible at first, but then I understood. You are not supposed to be here. The words struck me like a physical blow. A surge of terror flooded through me, and I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything to escape the suffocating grip of whatever this was. But my body wouldn't obey. I was paralyzed, trapped in this waking nightmare, unable to escape, unable to even look away. The figure's hand reached out further, its fingers brushing against my face, and I felt the cold burn against my skin. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I could only stare into the empty void of its face, into the abyss that seemed to pull me in deeper, consuming me. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The figure vanished, leaving behind only the cold, suffocating emptiness that had filled the bus. The tapping had stopped. The silence returned, and once again, I was alone. I fell to my knees, gasping for air, my heart racing in my chest. What had just happened? What was that thing? And why had it spoken to me? But before I could gather my thoughts, the bus lurched forward again, as though nothing had happened. The fog outside continued to swirl, and the sound of the engine hummed steadily beneath me. My hands shook as I gripped the seat, trying to steady myself, trying to make sense of what I had just experienced. The other passenger had not moved. The driver had not moved. The world outside had not changed. It was as though nothing had happened at all. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what had been there in front of me, and I could feel it still, watching. I could feel the darkness closing in, and I knew, deep down, that I was no longer just a passenger on this bus. I was part of something much darker, something far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. And there was no escaping it. Not now. Not ever. The bus rolled on through the fog, and I had no idea where it was taking me. All I knew was that I was trapped in this nightmare. And no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't wake up. The bus hummed along the deserted road, a monotony that seemed to mock the chaos in my mind. My body was still shaking, my hands slick with cold sweat. The events from just moments ago felt unreal. How could something so otherworldly have happened? I looked around the bus, my eyes darting from the unmoving passenger to the still, lifeless driver. Nothing had changed. It was as if nothing had happened at all. The air was thick, the silence pressing down on me like a weight. I tried to steady my breathing, forcing myself to calm down. But with every breath, my mind was a whirlwind of confusion and terror. What was that thing? I kept asking myself. What did it want? Why did it speak to me? The truth was, I didn't have answers. I didn't know if anyone else had seen what I saw. Could it have been a hallucination? A nightmare brought to life? My pulse raced as I glanced back at the rear of the bus. The door was closed now, tightly shut, as though nothing had ever happened. But I knew better. I had felt it. That cold, suffocating presence. And now, there was only silence. I didn't know how much time had passed. Minutes? Hours? It felt like we were suspended in a void, drifting aimlessly through the fog. My mind reeled with questions that I couldn't answer. The bus, still trapped in this unnatural stillness, seemed to mock me. The world outside the fog was hidden, as though the vehicle was moving through a place that didn't belong to reality. It was then that I noticed the passenger for the first time since the encounter. His form was still in the same seat he had been in earlier, hunched over slightly, arms folded tightly across his chest. His face, dark and featureless, was fixed on the space before him, unmoving. I couldn't make out his expression, but the aura around him was wrong. It was almost as if you were not entirely human. The absence of any emotion, of any recognition, was unsettling. His stillness was like an echo of everything that had happened, something that was trapped in this world, but wasn't quite part of it. I couldn't stand it any longer. I had to know what was going on. I had to understand what was happening to me, to all of us, on this cursed bus. I stood shakily, my legs weak beneath me, and moved toward the driver. His eyes were still wide open, unblinking, staring straight ahead at the empty road that seemed to stretch on forever into the fog. I couldn't get a clear look at his face, but there was something about it that made me feel sick. His pupils were dilated, his expression vacant, as if he were not alive in the way I understood it. "Hey," I called out, my voice trembling as I reached out to shake his shoulder. "Are you okay? What's happening?" But there was no response. No twitch of recognition, no shift in his body. He was utterly still. The bus continued to roll forward, its engine humming softly, but the silence in the air felt suffocating. I turned away, my heart racing, a lump forming in my throat. I didn't know what else to do. Should I try to leave? I thought to myself. Should I try to make it stop? I couldn't. The doors were still locked. I had no way of getting off this bus. No way of escaping. A voice deep and distant sounded again, echoing in my mind. The same voice that had spoken to me moments ago, when the figure had stood in front of me. This time, it wasn't spoken aloud. It was inside my head, like a whisper coming from somewhere deep within the shadows. "Stay with us." I froze, every muscle in my body locking up. I didn't know where the voice had come from or how it had spoken to me, but I felt its presence. I felt the weight of it pressing against my thoughts. "No," I whispered aloud, though my voice trembled with uncertainty. "No, I'm not staying." I stumbled backward, looking at the other passenger again. Something had changed. His eyes were open now wide, unblinking. They locked onto mine, and I could feel the weight of his gaze pulling at me, as though he were trying to draw me into whatever nightmare he was part of. His mouth moved slightly, but no sound came out. His lips barely parted, a thin, unnerving smile stretching across his face. I could barely breathe. My chest tightened with every passing second, and I knew that I had to get off this bus. I had to escape. Whatever this was, it was not a place I belonged. I grabbed the door handle, my hands fumbling as I tried to open it. It wouldn't budge. My fingers slipped, but I didn't stop. I pulled harder, my body desperate to break free of this madness. My pulse thudded in my ears, and my breath came in shallow gasps. The air in the bus grew colder with every moment I spent trying to escape. Suddenly, there was a sound louder than anything I had heard before. A crack that seemed to echo in the silence, followed by a grinding of metal, as though something in the very fabric of the bus was tearing apart. I jumped back, my heart in my throat, as the walls seemed to shift. The doors opened. I didn't think. I didn't hesitate. I didn't even look back. I ran. I bolted down the steps of the bus, my legs screaming as I hit the ground and stumbled forward into the thick fog. The air outside was even colder than it had been on the bus, biting at my skin like icy needles. But I didn't care. I kept running, my feet pounding against the ground, my mind racing as I fled into the unknown. I didn't look back until I was sure I was far enough away. When I finally stopped and turned around, the bus was gone. The fog had swallowed it whole. There was no trace of the vehicle, no sign of anyone who had been on board. The street was empty completely and utterly empty. I couldn't make sense of it. What had just happened? Who were the other passengers? Why had I been chosen to see what I saw? I didn't have the answers, and I wasn't sure I ever would. I could feel the weight of the experience hanging over me, even as I walked away from it. There was something darker at play, something I couldn't escape. I had been marked, and no matter how far I ran, it would always follow me. The bus was gone, but the terror it had left behind would never fade. I walked on, unsure of where I was heading, but certain that the story wasn't over. Not yet. As I walked away, the faint sound of my footsteps echoed in the emptiness, but there was no comfort in it. The streets were deserted, the only sound, the whistling wind that cut through the mist. Everything felt cold, sterile, as if the world itself had become hollow in the wake of what I'd experienced. I tried to shake off the unease, but it clung to me, an ever-present weight in the back of my mind. I had escaped, but the questions, the endless questions, refused to leave me. What was that bus? What had happened to me? I had been part of something that defied all logic and reason. It wasn't just the strange passengers or the driver, it was the whole experience. It was the way the bus had seemed to stretch on forever without reaching its destination. It was the way I felt like I was being pulled into something far larger than myself. I paused on the sidewalk, staring at the street in front of me. The fog had lifted somewhat, but there was still an unnatural stillness in the air. I glanced at my watch, nothing. It hadn't moved since I first looked at it back on that cursed bus. I thought about the driver, the other passengers, and the voice that had spoken to me, whispering in my mind like a warning. I couldn't forget that voice. The same words repeated over and over in my mind, "Stay with us." But I hadn't stayed. I had gotten away. Still, the weight of that voice lingered, haunting me. There was something unnerving about how it had spoken to me, as if it had always known I would try to escape, as if it had been waiting for me to run, to prove that I wasn't strong enough to resist its pull. That thought alone chilled me to the core. I tried to shake it off again, but the more I tried, the more the sensation grew. The feeling that I hadn't truly left the bus behind. That somehow, despite all my efforts, I had become part of something much darker, something I couldn't escape no matter how far I ran. Was I free? I didn't know. I couldn't know. The lines between reality and whatever it was I had experienced on that bus were too blurred now. Had I truly gotten off the bus? Or was this another layer of the illusion, another step deeper into something I couldn't escape? The thought nagged at me, pulling at my every step, like an invisible thread wrapped tightly around my chest. I walked aimlessly for hours, my feet carrying me through streets that felt increasingly unfamiliar. The world around me seemed wrong. The buildings loomed too large, the shadows too dark. Every corner I turned, every quiet alley I passed, seemed to hide something I couldn't quite understand. The streets that had once felt like home now felt foreign, as if I didn't belong in this world anymore. The strange part was, no matter where I went, the feeling never left. It was like the fog had followed me, sinking into my bones, and I realized with a sickening certainty that I was not alone. I turned to look behind me, expecting to see the empty road I had just walked, but instead I found myself facing nothing. A blank stretch of road that should have been there, but was simply gone. The buildings, the lights, they were all gone, replaced by a dark void that seemed to stretch on forever. Panic surged through me, and I spun around, my breath coming in short gasps. I stumbled backward, but there was no escape. The world around me was disintegrating, as if it had never existed in the first place. I reached out to grab onto something, anything, but my hands met only empty air. Then, as I stood frozen in the middle of that endless blackness, I heard the hum of an engine, the unmistakable sound of the bus. The same bus, the same low, grinding noise as it rolled toward me from the darkness. I knew it was coming for me. I knew that it would never stop, never let me go. I could feel it in my bones, the relentless pull of that cursed ride. And then the lights flickered on, harsh and blinding, and the doors of the bus swung open before me, just like before. My heart pounded in my chest, and I fought the urge to run, but my legs refused to move. It was as if I had no choice but to step forward, to get on the bus and let it take me wherever it had intended all along. "Stay with us," the voice whispered again, louder this time. But it wasn't just a whisper, it was a command. I didn't want to. I didn't want to go back. But something in the air, something in the way the world had shifted around me, made it impossible to resist. I took a hesitant step forward, then another, and before I knew it, I was standing at the door of the bus, looking into the shadows that filled its interior. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. There was no other choice now. There never had been. I stepped on board. The doors closed behind me, sealing me inside, and I felt the bus begin to move again, its wheels turning against the silence. The fog enveloped us, and I couldn't see the world outside. There was only the faint hum of the engine, the sound of breathless whispers in the air. The same passengers sat in their seats, unmoving, as though waiting for me to take my place. I found an empty seat, a cold, uncomfortable space that felt oddly familiar, and I sat down. My mind was numb. There was no way out, no way to break free. I had just come home from work, my body aching after another long shift at the office. The world outside seemed calm, too calm, almost, and everything felt as if it was in its place. It was the type of evening that I'd normally relax with a cup of coffee, catch up on a show, or simply enjoy the silence. I'm sure it sounds boring, but to me, it was exactly what I needed, a peaceful break from the chaos of my everyday life. There were no loud neighbors, no strange noises, just the hum of the city in the distance and the occasional sound of birds chirping in the trees. My house was modest, nothing fancy, just a small 2-bedroom bungalow nestled between two others in a quiet, suburban neighborhood. The type of place where you could leave your front door unlocked and feel safe. The kind of neighborhood where people knew each other, exchanged pleasantries at the grocery store, and waved from across the street. It was, for the most part, a life of routine. Work, errands, dinner, sleep, and then repeat. I wasn't exactly someone who sought out excitement or drama, and I liked it that way. My life was quiet, and I preferred it that way. I had a few close friends, but nothing that could be described as complicated. That night, after I stepped into my home, I immediately kicked off my shoes and made my way to the kitchen to pour myself a drink. I grabbed the glass and was just about to fill it with water when something caught my eye, a package sitting by my front door. Now, this was odd. I hadn't ordered anything recently, and I didn't recognize the return address on the package. There wasn't one. Just a plain, brown cardboard box. No label, no tape, no markings of any kind. The only distinguishing feature was a small, almost unnoticeable tear in the corner, as if it had been dropped or handled carelessly. I stood frozen for a moment, unsure of what to do. It wasn't like me to be paranoid or suspicious of things, but something about the sight of that package made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. In that moment, everything seemed to feel off. Why had it been left there, at my door? Who had sent it? More importantly, why had they chosen to remain anonymous? But it was just a package, right? Probably some mistake or a delivery gone wrong. I shrugged it off at first. I told myself it was nothing more than a simple error in delivery. Maybe it was for the neighbor across the street, or perhaps it was meant for someone else in the building. There was no reason to overthink it. I made my way to the door, knelt down to pick up the package, and examined it closely. My fingers brushed against the smooth, brown surface as I turned the box over, looking for any clue, any indication of who it was for or where it had come from. The silence around me was thick, almost suffocating. There were no sounds from the street, no passing cars, no distant chatter from the neighbors, just the quiet hum of the house. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, but I decided to open it anyway. With a flick of the blade, I cut through the packing tape and lifted the flaps. Inside, there was a small, black velvet pouch. It seemed out of place, especially for such a plain box. My fingers hesitated before reaching in to retrieve the pouch. I could already feel my heart rate quickening, a sense of dread creeping up my spine. But curiosity got the better of me. As I opened the pouch, I found an old, weathered key. It was small, almost delicate in its design, and looked like something from a bygone era. It had an intricate pattern etched into the metal, but I couldn't place where I had seen a key like it before. The edges were slightly rusted, the key's surface worn from years of use. But it wasn't just the key that unsettled me. No, it was the fact that it felt personal, like it belonged to someone who knew me. I was confused, unsure of what to make of it. Why send me a key with no explanation? What was it supposed to unlock? My mind raced as I tried to make sense of the situation. I sat there for a moment, holding the key in my palm, wondering whether I should just toss it aside. But something in the pit of my stomach told me this was just the beginning of something far more unsettling. Something far worse. I couldn't shake the feeling that the package had been left for a reason. And whatever that reason was, it wasn't good. But what was I supposed to do? Should I ignore it? Or should I try to figure out what this key unlocked? At that moment, I made a decision. I'd try to figure out where it belonged and what it was meant for. Maybe, just maybe, there was an explanation for it. I wasn't prepared for the chain of events that was about to unfold. The next morning was when I first began to feel the weight of the strange package. I went about my usual routine, getting ready for work, grabbing my coffee, and gathering my things by the door. But no matter how hard I tried to push it to the back of my mind, the key kept coming back to me. I placed it on the kitchen counter, telling myself that I would figure out what to do with it later. Yet, every time I walked past it, a small sense of unease grew, a whispering feeling that there was something more to it than just a simple, odd delivery. I shook my head, trying to shake off the weirdness. After all, it was just a key, right? It could be for anything. Maybe it belonged to a storage unit or an old locker at the post office. I told myself I was overthinking it. But that night, something happened that changed everything. When I returned home from work, I noticed a few things that immediately put me on edge. The house was colder than usual, a chill hanging in the air that made me shiver as soon as I stepped inside. I could have sworn I had left the heat on, but the temperature felt as if someone had opened all the windows and forgotten to close them. I glanced around, but there was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. It was just colder. I shrugged it off, figuring it was just the thermostat acting up. The house had been old when I bought it, and I had always chalked up little things like that to its age. But it was the second thing that really unsettled me. I walked past the kitchen counter, where I had left the key that morning, and froze. It wasn't there. The pouch was gone. My heart dropped into my stomach, and for a moment, I couldn't move. I scanned the kitchen in disbelief. Had I moved it earlier? Had I placed it somewhere else and forgotten? I went over the events in my head, retracing my steps. But I hadn't moved it. I was sure of it. I glanced around the room, my eyes darting to the windows, the door, the shadows lurking in the corners of the room. There was no way someone had come in without me noticing. I started to feel that familiar, suffocating weight in the pit of my stomach again. The package, the key, everything felt wrong. The silence in the house seemed thicker now, more oppressive. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting for me to make a move. I told myself I was being paranoid. The key wasn't really gone, it was just misplaced. Maybe I had forgotten where I put it. But no matter how much I told myself that, the doubt gnawed at me. I spent the next few hours looking everywhere, checking every drawer, every corner of the room, and even the bathroom, but there was no sign of it. That night, I locked all the doors and windows as usual, but I couldn't sleep. Every small noise in the house seemed amplified. Every creak and groan of the floorboards in the dark sent me into a state of heightened awareness. The sounds of my breathing, the faint hum of the fridge, and the occasional wind against the window were the only things I could hear. I tossed and turned, unable to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Something was different now. Something had shifted. The house felt wrong. Then came the first real sign that things were not as they seemed. Around 3 in the morning, I was awoken by a faint sound. A tapping, rhythmic and deliberate. It came from the direction of the front door. My heart jumped into my throat. I stayed still, straining my ears, trying to make sense of it. Tap, tap, tap. It sounded like someone gently knocking on the door, but in a pattern that felt deliberate, like someone trying to get my attention. I lay there, frozen, my mind racing. Who could be at the door at this hour? I hadn't heard anyone approach the house, and I certainly hadn't heard a car. The knock continued, a soft but steady tap. Tap, tap, tap. I got up cautiously, slowly, trying not to make any noise. My legs felt like lead as I approached the front door, every nerve in my body on high alert. I peered through the peephole, but there was no one outside. Nothing but the empty street and the darkened houses on either side. The tapping stopped as soon as I looked through the peephole, but I could still feel the weight of the silence pressing in around me. I opened the door cautiously, looking down at the doormat. There, sitting in the exact same spot where the package had been the day before, was a new, plain brown box. No label, no return address, no sign of who had left it. My heart began to race again as I knelt down to pick it up. The feeling of déjà vu washed over me, the same strange, unsettling sense I had felt the first time. The box was cold to the touch, as if it had been sitting outside for hours. I opened it, almost against my better judgment, and inside was nothing. No velvet pouch, no key, just a small, plain piece of paper with a single word scrawled across it in dark ink. Soon. I stood there, staring at the word, my mind spinning. Was this some kind of prank? Some sick joke? I glanced around the empty street again, but no one was in sight. There were no signs of life, no movement. It was as if the world had gone still. The wind had picked up a bit, but even that felt muted, distant. I went back inside, closing the door behind me with a soft click. I was shaking, my hands clammy as I held the piece of paper. I placed it on the kitchen counter and stared at it for what felt like an eternity. It made no sense. What was going on? Why was this happening? But just as I thought I might be losing my mind, there was a sudden, sharp sound. The faintest scrape. A door opening somewhere in the house. I froze. The noise came from upstairs. I slowly made my way up the stairs, my mind in a haze, my body moving on autopilot. When I reached the top, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. There, on the floor just outside the bedroom door, was another package. The same size, the same brown color, the same lack of any label or markings. But there was something different this time. It was open. The box was torn open, the flaps bent out of shape, and something inside caught my eye. It was a photograph. I picked it up, my fingers trembling. It was a picture of my house, taken from across the street, taken that very day. And in the corner of the picture, there was a figure standing by the front door. A shadow, a person, and in the background, barely visible, was the outline of a familiar key hanging from the door handle. The days that followed felt like I was walking through some strange nightmare, where every action I took seemed to only lead to more confusion and dread. I could no longer trust my own senses. The house, once a comforting space, now felt like a prison. A shadow lurking just behind every corner. A pressure in the air, so thick it was almost tangible. It was as if the walls themselves were watching me, waiting. I didn't tell anyone what was happening. At least, not at first. Who would believe me? My friends would just brush it off, telling me it was stress or overactive imagination. Maybe I had been working too much. Maybe I just needed a break. But deep down, I knew something far more sinister was at play. The strange events weren't just coincidences anymore. They were escalating. It started with small things. I'd find things moved out of place. A picture frame slightly crooked, a mug on the counter that I knew I hadn't left there. But over time, those small disturbances began to pile up, each one feeling more deliberate than the last. The knocking on the door came every other night, but no one was ever there when I looked outside. The package, or what I thought was a package, kept appearing in different parts of the house. I'd find it in a room I hadn't been in for days, sitting there on the floor, just waiting for me. Always cold to the touch, always empty. The word soon kept haunting me, scrawled out on scraps of paper, left in places I didn't even remember going. I kept it all, tucking each note into a drawer in the kitchen, unsure of why I couldn't let it go. I didn't know what was happening, but I needed to understand. I knew I had to do something. I had to figure out who or what was doing this, and why. I couldn't let it continue. One afternoon, after finding another package, I decided to take matters into my own hands. This time, there was no note, just an odd, unfamiliar smell. It was faint, but it lingered in the air long after I had placed the box down on the counter. The smell wasn't rotten or decaying, but it had a metallic tang to it, like the air just before a thunderstorm. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I stood there, breathing it in, my mind racing. I decided to leave the box for now, but the curiosity gnawed at me. What was inside? Who was doing this? And why was this happening to me? I spent the next few hours researching, trying to find any information that might give me a clue. I scoured online forums, looking for anything that matched my experience. Nothing came up. The more I searched, the more I felt like I was falling into some kind of void, where answers were just out of reach. There were no reports of strange deliveries or people disappearing. There was no pattern. As I sat back, exhausted from my fruitless search, I heard a soft creak from upstairs. A small, almost imperceptible sound, but enough to make me freeze. I looked at the clock. It was late, too late for anyone to be up there. I told myself I was imagining things. The house was just settling, making those normal nighttime noises. But the creak came again, this time louder. I stood up, my heart hammering in my chest, and slowly made my way toward the stairs. Every step felt like an eternity. The air around me grew thick, as if the walls were closing in. The shadows of the staircase stretched longer than they should have, and the dim light of the hallway seemed too far away, too weak to offer any comfort. I reached the top of the stairs and paused, listening. Nothing. I took another step forward, and then I heard it again. A faint sound, almost like a shuffle. It was coming from the room at the end of the hall. My bedroom. The door, which I had locked before going to bed, was now slightly ajar. My pulse quickened. There was no way someone could have gotten in without me hearing them. No one else had been in the house. I was alone. But the door was open, the soft golden light spilling out from the crack. I hesitated for a moment, torn between the rational part of my mind telling me to turn back and the deep, gut-wrenching instinct that urged me to find out what was going on. I slowly approached the door, my breath shallow. I pushed it open. Inside, everything looked the same. The bed was undisturbed, the room exactly as I had left it. But there, on the nightstand, was a small, square box. My heart sank. I walked toward it slowly, my hands trembling. This one was different. It wasn't like the others. There was something about it that felt off. I reached out and picked it up. It was heavier than I had expected, and when I shook it gently, I heard a faint rattle inside. I opened it. Inside was a key, not the same one from before, but similar in shape. It gleamed in the dim light of the room, cold and uninviting. My fingers brushed against it, and a chill ran up my spine. Just then, I heard the sound again. This time, it was louder. Footsteps, moving slowly in the hallway outside my bedroom. I froze, my heart racing. The footsteps were deliberate, methodical, as if someone was waiting for me to notice them. I crept toward the door and looked out into the hallway. There was no one there, but the air felt thick, as though something or someone was very close, hiding just beyond my line of sight. I stood there for a long moment, straining to hear anything, but the house was quiet again. Too quiet. The silence pressed in on me, and the hairs on my arms stood on end. I stepped back into the room, closing the door behind me, trying to shut out the feeling of being watched. I couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong. It wasn't just the weird occurrences anymore. It was the overwhelming feeling that someone or something was close, just out of sight. I could feel it in my bones, in every shadow. I decided to take the key and put it away. I locked it in the drawer of the nightstand, telling myself it was over, that I would figure it out. But I couldn't stop the gnawing feeling in my gut that this was only the beginning. The next few days were filled with a constant undercurrent of unease. Strange things continued to happen. The key would disappear from the drawer, only to turn up in the same spot it had been before, as if it had never moved. I found more notes, hidden in places I never went, with the same chilling message. Soon, I tried to shake it off, to tell myself I was imagining things, but it was becoming impossible to ignore. I wasn't crazy. Something was happening. Someone was behind it all. But who? And why? I was about to give up, to leave the house and escape the madness, when something happened that finally pushed me over the edge. Late one night, just as I was about to go to bed, I saw it. In the reflection of the window, I saw a shadow standing behind me. It felt like everything had been building up to this moment. The weight of it pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating. Every strange occurrence, every unsettling feeling, every late night sound, it had all been leading to this. I couldn't escape it anymore. I couldn't pretend it wasn't happening. There was something in the house, something that was watching me, waiting for me. The night had settled in, a stillness in the air that felt unnatural, as if the world itself was holding its breath. I had gone to bed earlier than usual, hoping sleep might offer some reprieve. But sleep never came. Every little sound kept me on edge, every creak of the floorboards, every rustle in the dark corners. My mind was racing, replaying the events of the past weeks, trying to make sense of it all. The boxes, the strange markings, the whispers in the hallways. I tossed and turned in bed, trying to ignore the growing sense of dread that clung to me like a second skin. The room felt colder now, colder than it ever had before. My breath formed clouds in the air, and I pulled the covers tighter around me, hoping it was just the house settling, the heating system working overtime. But deep down, I knew it wasn't the house. I looked toward the door, half expecting to see the familiar crack of light seeping through. But it wasn't there. The door was shut, and the room had gone pitch black. I reached for the lamp on the nightstand, but my hand froze mid-air. I couldn't explain it, but I knew in that moment that something was in the room with me. I didn't dare to turn around. My heart was hammering in my chest, the sound deafening in my ears. I was paralyzed, the fear crawling through my veins like poison. My eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of movement, any indication that I wasn't alone. And then I saw it. A shadow! It moved in the corner of the room, just beyond the edge of my vision. It was like a dark stain against the walls, a figure that wasn't quite human. The shape seemed to grow, to stretch, as if it were trying to reach me. I could feel it, feel its presence creeping closer, filling the room with a suffocating sense of menace. I wanted to scream, to shout for help, but my throat was dry, my voice caught somewhere deep inside me. The shadow moved again, this time closer, and I saw it clearly in the reflection of the mirror on the opposite wall. It was tall, thin, and shrouded in darkness, its features indistinguishable but unmistakably wrong. I couldn't tell if it had a face or if it was just a void, a hole in reality itself. My stomach churned, a wave of nausea hitting me. My body was screaming at me to run, to get out, but I couldn't move. And then, as if it were waiting for me to acknowledge it, the figure shifted, slowly emerging from the corner where it had been hidden. It wasn't a shadow anymore. It was a thing, something not of this world. I froze. The figure stood in the middle of the room, just a few feet from my bed. I could hear the sound of its breath, or was it just a hollow wind, a rustle like the sound of dead leaves scraping against the ground? The air felt thick, thick enough to suffocate. It was as if the very space around me was warping, twisting, the reality bending under the weight of this creature's presence. I could see it more clearly now. Its limbs were unnaturally long, like they didn't belong to a human being. Its form was shifting, blurry, as though it were struggling to maintain its shape. I couldn't see its eyes, but I felt them on me, drilling into me, making my skin crawl. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and I knew it was watching me, studying me. "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, my voice trembling, barely a sound. But it was enough. The thing tilted its head, and for a brief moment, I thought it might answer me. But then, it simply raised its hand, its long, spindly fingers reaching for me. I should have run. I should have screamed. I should have done anything other than what I did next. But I was frozen, rooted to the bed, unable to move, unable to breathe. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears, feel the blood rushing in my veins as the creature's hand inched closer. It stopped just short of touching me. The coldness radiating from its fingers made the air feel like ice. And then it spoke. Not with words, but with a thought, a whisper that didn't come from its mouth, but from the very depths of my mind. Soon, I felt the word, cold and sharp, cut through me like a blade. It wasn't just a word. It was a command, a warning. And with that single, chilling utterance, the figure slowly withdrew its hand, retreating back into the shadows of the room. I don't know how long I sat there, my body trembling, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I couldn't move. I couldn't even think. All I could do was stare into the darkness, the echo of the word soon ringing in my ears. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the shadow disappeared. The room returned to its normal state, the oppressive weight lifting from the air, leaving me gasping for breath, my body still locked in place. But I knew even then that it wasn't over. I tried to convince myself that it was just a nightmare, that I had imagined it all, that my mind had created the figure to explain the strange happenings. But I couldn't. The fear was still there, burning deep in my chest, like a fire that refused to go out. And the worst part was, I knew it wasn't over. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't gone. It was still out there, waiting for the right moment. And soon, it would come again. The night passed in a haze of terror. The remnants of the shadow, that cold, unsettling presence, lingered in my mind long after I finally managed to fall asleep. But sleep was restless, filled with fragmented dreams of dark figures, whispers, and those unsettling words. Soon. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it, that tall, monstrous figure, its long fingers reaching for me. I couldn't escape it. Morning came, but it felt like the start of something new, something worse. The daylight couldn't chase away the dread that had settled deep inside me. I had no answers, no explanations for what had happened, and the thought that I might never understand the truth only made it worse. The fear was relentless. I spent the morning pacing through the house, checking every door and window, making sure everything was locked and sealed tight. But the feeling of being watched never left. It hung in the corners of the house, like a shadow that couldn't be dismissed. The phone rang around noon, startling me out of my anxious thoughts. It was a neighbor, someone I didn't know well, but had exchanged pleasantries with from time to time. He seemed rattled, his voice a little shaky as he spoke. "Hey, I don't know how to put this, but something strange happened last night. I couldn't sleep either. I heard something, like a tapping sound, but it was coming from the outside. I don't know, maybe a tree branch or something, but it didn't feel right. Did you hear anything?" I swallowed hard, my heart pounding in my chest. I was not about to tell him about the figure in my room, about the shadow that haunted me. But his question confirmed what I had feared. Whatever was happening, whatever was in the house, it wasn't just affecting me. It was reaching out, affecting others. "No," I replied, trying to sound calm, trying to mask the panic in my voice. "I didn't hear anything." "Okay, well, if you do, just let me know. It's probably nothing, but something about last night. I don't know, it just felt off. Like something's not right around here." I didn't answer right away. I wasn't sure what I could say. So I just ended the conversation quickly, hanging up the phone. My mind was spinning. I didn't know what was happening, but I couldn't shake the feeling that things were spiraling out of control. I tried to focus on the mundane, something that could bring a sense of normalcy back into my life. I made myself some lunch, grabbed a coffee, and sat by the window, watching the world outside. But nothing felt normal anymore. Every shadow that moved outside felt like a warning. Every creak of the floorboard seemed like a threat. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't stay here. Whatever this was, whatever force or presence was haunting me, it wasn't something I could face on my own. I wasn't brave enough for that. I wasn't foolish enough to think that I could fight whatever it was that had found its way into my home. So I decided to leave. I gathered a few things, a couple of clothes, my wallet, and my phone. I made sure to check every door one last time, locking everything tightly. As I stepped outside, the fresh air hit me like a slap in the face, but it didn't feel like an escape. The fear still clung to me, like a shadow that refused to be left behind. I drove away from my house without looking back. My mind raced as I tried to process everything that had happened, everything I had experienced. What had that thing been? Why had it come after me? What did it want? But no answers came. Just more questions. Questions that would never be answered. Questions that I would never have the courage to ask again. The drive took me to a small hotel on the outskirts of town. I checked in, my hands trembling as I signed the register. I couldn't explain it, but I felt safer here. Safer from the shadows, safer from the things I couldn't understand. The room was small, the air thick with the smell of dust and age. I threw my bag on the bed and sat down, trying to breathe, trying to shake the constant feeling that something was still with me. I spent the rest of the day pacing the room, constantly looking over my shoulder, listening for sounds in the hallway. I couldn't escape the nagging sensation that whatever had been in my house was still following me. I couldn't relax. I couldn't let my guard down. As night fell, I couldn't help but glance nervously out the window, half expecting to see anything moving in the shadows outside. But nothing happened. The hotel remained quiet. The world outside seemed calm, almost too calm. I wanted to believe it was over, that I was safe. But deep down, I knew it wasn't over. I stayed at the hotel for several days, not wanting to return home, but not knowing where else to go. The fear still gnawed at me, eating away at my peace. I tried to go back to normal, tried to reach out to friends and family, but no one knew what I had gone through. No one could understand. Then, one night, as I sat in my hotel room, the same tapping sound that had haunted the neighbor began. It was soft at first, like a faint knock on the door. But then it grew louder, closer. And then it was at my window, tapping insistently, as though demanding my attention. I froze, my blood turning to ice. I knew what it was before I even looked. I knew it was that thing again. I didn't go to the window. I didn't even move. I stayed in the middle of the room, paralyzed by fear, my mind racing with thoughts of what was next. What was it going to do to me? How long could I keep running? But the tapping stopped, and in the silence that followed, I couldn't tell if it was over or if it was just the calm before the storm. I could hear my heart pounding in my chest, but the room around me was still, eerily still. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure tall, dark, featureless. I saw its hand reaching for me, saw the shadow crawling across the walls. I could feel its cold breath on my skin, its presence in the room with me. The next morning, I left. I didn't even bother to pack. I didn't care anymore. The hotel wasn't safe. My house wasn't safe. Nowhere felt safe. But as I drove away, the thought that had haunted me for days still lingered in the back of my mind. Soon. I didn't know what that word meant. I didn't know what it would bring. But I knew one thing for sure. The shadows weren't done with me yet. The questions still lingered, unanswered. And as I looked into the rearview mirror, I could have sworn I saw something moving in the reflection, just out of reach. And I knew, deep down, that it wasn't over. I spent the rest of that night wide awake, sitting on the edge of my bed, every creak of the floor, every rustle of the wind outside, sending jolts of terror through me. I wanted to call someone, anyone, to tell them what happened, to tell them about the figure that had appeared in my room, the thing that had whispered, soon. But who could I tell? How could I explain it without sounding insane? I didn't sleep that night. And when morning came, it did nothing to alleviate the fear that had taken root in my chest. The sun rose, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, but the light felt hollow, unnatural, like it was trying to mask something darker lurking just beyond the horizon. I knew I couldn't stay in the house any longer. Every inch of it felt wrong now, like it had been contaminated by something I couldn't understand. My once cozy sanctuary had become a prison, and no matter how many locks I placed on the doors, no matter how many windows I shut, I couldn't escape the feeling that the thing was still out there, watching, waiting. I spent the entire morning packing. Clothes, essentials, whatever I could carry. I wasn't thinking straight, wasn't making rational decisions. All I could think about was getting out of that place, putting as much distance between myself and the house as possible. I didn't care where I went. I didn't care about anything anymore. I just needed to leave. The thought of leaving everything behind, my job, my friends, the life I had built here, was overwhelming, but I couldn't stay. I couldn't risk it. Not with the thing still out there, knowing I was there, waiting for me to make the wrong move. As I walked out of the house for the final time, the feeling of finality hung in the air. I didn't even turn back. I couldn't. I wasn't sure if I was being paranoid, but I felt like I was being followed, like the thing was there, standing just out of view, waiting for me to turn around. The street felt eerily quiet, too quiet, as if the whole world had gone still in the wake of my departure. I didn't stop until I reached my car. As I slammed the doors shut behind me, the sound felt deafening, a stark contrast to the silence that had hung around the house. I didn't know where I was going, but it didn't matter. I just needed to be far away from that place, from the thing that had invaded my life. I drove for hours, through back roads and quiet towns, trying to clear my mind, trying to escape the suffocating fear that had followed me out of that house. But no matter how far I went, it still felt like the shadows were right behind me, clinging to me, refusing to let go. By the time I reached a small motel on the outskirts of town, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. I rented a room, locked the door, and collapsed onto the bed, hoping that sleep would finally bring some relief. But sleep didn't come. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, unable to shake the feeling that something was still watching me. The room felt too quiet, too still. Every noise, every whisper of the wind outside made my heart race. I couldn't let my guard down. Not now. I don't know how much time passed, but eventually I fell into a fitful sleep. It was filled with nightmares, images of that thing, that shadow, lurking just beyond the edge of my dreams. But there was something else in the nightmares too. A presence, something I couldn't quite place, something that made my blood run cold. When I woke up the next morning, it was still there. The unease, the dread, the feeling that I wasn't alone, no matter where I went. I had escaped the house, but I hadn't escaped it. I couldn't shake the sense that the thing was still out there, still waiting. I hadn't seen it again, hadn't heard from it, but the memory of its dark form, the way it moved, the way it had whispered, soon, still haunted me. I knew I hadn't heard the last of it, but I also knew something else. Whatever it was, whatever it wanted, it hadn't finished with me yet. I had escaped for now, but the question was not if it would return, but when. 6. Ending. It's been months since I left. I've stayed in different cities, different places, trying to outrun whatever it was that followed me. But I don't think I can ever truly escape. The fear has become a part of me, always lurking in the back of my mind, a constant reminder that it is out there, waiting. I've tried to forget. I've tried to move on. But the truth is, I can't. Not when every shadow feels like a threat. Not when every dark corner seems to hide something I can't see, but know is there. And there are times, late at night, when I hear its soft footsteps behind me, just out of reach, a whisper that chills me to the bone. I know I'll never find answers. I'll never understand what happened or what the thing wanted. But I've come to realize something: some things can't be explained. Some things can't be understood, no matter how much we try. The only thing we can do is survive, to keep moving, to keep fighting, even when we don't understand why we're being hunted. And as much as I want to believe that I've escaped it, I can't shake the feeling that one day it will find me again. Because it's not over. Not yet. So, for now, I keep moving, always looking over my shoulder, always listening for the sounds that remind me that some things are better left unexplained. This is a story that still sends chills down my spine, one I have never forgotten, despite how many years have passed since it happened. It's about an ordinary town, a place where nothing ever really happens, where life moves at a slow, predictable pace. My name is Lucas, and I grew up in a small, quiet town nestled in the hills. It wasn't much to look at: just a handful of houses, a few small shops, and a railroad track running right through the middle of it all. The townspeople were friendly enough, if not a little reserved. The local cafes served the best coffee in the region. The post office was a meeting place of sorts, and the main street was often deserted, save for a few cars parked outside the hardware store. I've always loved the peace of the town. There was something comforting about the steady rhythm of life here. There was a school at one end of the town, the kind of school where everyone knew each other's names, and a general store in the middle, run by Mr. Henderson, who had been there for longer than anyone could remember. Everyone knew when to expect the trains to pass through, always around the same time every day. And those trains, well, they were a part of our town, as much as the trees and the river that bordered the eastern side. At the time this story begins, I was just a few months away from finishing my senior year of high school. Life was simple. I was getting ready for the big graduation day, planning to leave this sleepy town and explore what the world had to offer. But the events that followed turned my world upside down in a way that I never saw coming. It all started on a regular Tuesday, the kind of day where you get up, go to school, come home, and repeat. I was at my friend Colin's house that evening, hanging out like we usually did after school, playing video games and making plans for the summer. Colin's house sat just a few yards from the railroad tracks. From his window, you could see the whole stretch of the track as it curved toward the northern part of town. "Do you ever get tired of hearing those trains go by?" I asked Colin, as I always did. The sound of the trains had become so familiar over the years, like a distant lullaby, always there, always predictable. Colin shrugged, leaning back in his chair. "Not really. It's just part of the place, you know." He was right, of course. The trains were a part of the landscape, part of the soundscape, even. They weren't like the booming, thunderous trains you might hear in big cities. These were the quiet, passing trains that just seemed to drift through the town like ghosts, with nothing more than the occasional whistle breaking the stillness. But that evening, something changed. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable, but it caught my attention. We were sitting in Colin's room when we heard the distinct sound of a train's whistle in the distance. Only it was different. It was louder, more urgent than usual. I glanced at Colin, but he didn't seem to notice anything out of the ordinary. He was too busy trying to beat me at our latest game. "Did you hear that?" I asked, pausing the game. Colin looked up at me, a little annoyed at the interruption. "Yeah, what about it?" "Same as always." I shook my head. No, this was different. There was something about the way the whistle echoed through the air that felt off. Like the train was closer than usual, or maybe it was the tone of the sound that made it seem strange. But the town was so quiet at night, the air thick with stillness, that it felt as though the train had just passed through our living room. My instincts told me something wasn't right, but Colin just shrugged it off. We went on with our evening, and the sound of the train faded into the background as it always did. But that night, as I lay in bed trying to fall asleep, I kept hearing the train's whistle in my mind. It was stuck there, echoing in my head, louder than any train I'd ever heard before. Later that night, I woke up to a sound that I'll never forget. It wasn't the usual rumbling of the train passing through town. No, this sound was something much more unsettling. It was the noise of something heavy dragging along the track, slow and deliberate. I jumped out of bed, heart racing, my eyes darting toward the window. But I couldn't see anything in the darkness. I grabbed my phone and texted Colin, asking if he had heard anything strange. I was hoping it was just me, hoping my mind was playing tricks on me. But when he responded, his message sent a chill down my spine. "Yeah, I heard it too. It's not the usual train." I didn't reply to him. I just lay there, listening as the strange dragging sound continued, faintly in the distance. And in that moment, I felt it, the uneasy feeling that something was wrong, that we weren't just hearing a regular train. There was something else at play here, something far darker. I had no idea that this was only the beginning of something much more terrifying. It wasn't long after that night that things began to take an even stranger turn. Over the next few days, the town, typically quiet and predictable, started to feel different. At first, it was just the occasional incident that made me pause, something small that gnawed at the edge of my awareness. Never enough to make me question everything, but enough to stir a sense of unease. One morning, after a restless night, I was walking to school with Colin. The sun was barely up, casting a soft orange glow over the town, and the air had a crispness to it, the kind of chill that promised the arrival of fall. The morning felt normal, the birds chirping overhead, and the scent of fresh morning dew lingering in the air. Yet, there was an undercurrent, something off, just beneath the surface. As we reached the end of our street, we both noticed it at the same time, the sound of the train whistle. But this time, it wasn't from the usual direction. It was closer, and it was louder than any train I'd ever heard before. Colin stopped walking, and I could see that he, too, was unnerved. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice low. "Yeah, it's not right," I said, my heart rate picking up. Normally, the trains pass through town at a steady pace, their whistle a comforting reminder of normalcy. But this was different. This was not the train that ran on the scheduled route. The whistle echoed, rattling the still morning air, the sound curving in ways that didn't make sense. It almost seemed to stop mid-air, as though it was lingering in the space around us, waiting for something. Colin turned to me, looking a little confused. "It's probably nothing, man. Just an early morning train. You know how the tracks around here can play tricks on the sound." But something about his words didn't reassure me. I could see it in his eyes, that flicker of doubt. He didn't fully believe what he was saying either, and we both knew it. We walked on, brushing off the feeling, trying to get to school and put it behind us. But even as we reached the school gates, I couldn't shake the strange sensation that something wasn't right. The usual chatter of students, the sound of lockers opening, and the hum of the school bell seemed muffled, as though the entire world was being dampened by the echo of that train whistle. As the day went on, nothing particularly unusual happened. The hours passed in their typical school routine: classes, lunch, more classes, but I couldn't stop thinking about the train. It stayed with me, an unsettling thought hanging over me like a storm cloud, ready to break. Later that afternoon, I was walking home alone, deciding to take a longer route to clear my head. The sun was low in the sky now, casting long shadows on the pavement. As I passed the old oak tree near the railroad track, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. There, on the edge of the tracks, was a figure. It was a man, or at least, it looked like a man. But there was something wrong about him. He stood still, his back to me, just barely visible in the fading light. He was wearing old, ragged clothes, and his posture was unnaturally rigid. His face was obscured by the brim of a wide hat, and his arms were stiffly at his sides, as if he was waiting for something. I froze. My breath caught in my throat as I watched him, not sure what to make of the sight. I glanced down the tracks, but there was no train in sight. I didn't know why, but something about him felt out of place, like a wrong note in the middle of a song. The strange man didn't move. He didn't even acknowledge my presence. I considered calling out to him, but something kept me rooted to the spot. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just some random person walking along the tracks. But the longer I stared at him, the more uneasy I became. My fingers itched to pull out my phone and take a picture, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Then, without warning, the man turned his head. His face was pale, his eyes dark and hollow, and his lips twisted into an unsettling grin. For a moment, our gazes locked, and I felt the world around me grow cold, as if the air had thickened, pressing in on me from all sides. I quickly turned and walked away, trying to push the image of that twisted smile from my mind. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I told myself it was nothing. I wasn't going to let my imagination run wild. The rest of the walk home was uneventful, but the encounter lingered with me. I couldn't explain, couldn't shake the feeling that something had been terribly wrong. Still, I didn't tell anyone about it. Who would believe me? Besides, maybe I had imagined it. After all, I had been on edge with everything that had been happening with the train. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing the sound of the train, but it was always too faint, too distant to pinpoint where it was coming from. And each time I closed my eyes, I saw the man standing by the tracks, his hollow eyes staring into mine. It wasn't until the middle of the night that I finally fell into an uneasy sleep, but even then, I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being watched. The next day, I met up with Colin again after school. I wanted to tell him about the figure I had seen by the tracks, but part of me was afraid to. What if I was just overthinking things? What if I was making something out of nothing? But I couldn't shake the feeling that something more was going on. So, did anything weird happen to you yesterday? I asked, trying to sound casual. He raised an eyebrow. Weird? What do you mean? I hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell him about the man by the tracks. As I spoke, I watched his expression change. He wasn't laughing or dismissing me. Instead, his eyes narrowed, his lips pressed into a thin line. That's strange, he said slowly. I've been hearing stuff too. You know, about the trains, but it's nothing like this. Just odd sounds at night. I think I'm starting to get the same feeling you are. I was taken aback. Colin wasn't the type to believe in supernatural stuff. He was the logical, skeptical one in our group, always the first to dismiss something as a coincidence. But now, there was a hesitation in his voice, a doubt that I had never heard before. And just like that, something inside me clicked. We weren't imagining things. There was something happening, something that didn't make sense. Over the next few days, the events continued to escalate. We both heard the strange train sounds more frequently, always at odd hours. often when there shouldn't have been a train passing through. The figure by the tracks kept appearing in my thoughts, and every time I walked past that stretch of railroad, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, that I was being watched. The sense of unease deepened, and I knew, in my gut, that the quiet town I had always known was no longer what it seemed. As the days passed, the atmosphere in our town grew heavier, suffused with a sense of dread that we couldn't shake. It wasn't just the sounds of the train at odd hours anymore, nor was it the feeling of being watched when walking near the tracks. The weirdness had seeped into the fabric of everyday life, creeping into places where it had no business being. We'd pass the usual landmarks, the coffee shop, the small park, the corner store, and everything would look fine. But there was always this underlying current, this feeling that something was wrong, that something unseen had slipped in and started changing the way things worked. One morning, after another restless night, I found myself walking alone again, past the tracks, trying to shake the constant unease that clung to me. It was early, the sun still low, and the air had a biting cold to it that made my breath visible in puffs of mist. The streets were empty, silent, save for the distant chirping of birds and the occasional rustling of leaves in the trees. But as I neared the spot where I had seen the man by the tracks, I froze. There, on the ground, was something that didn't belong. It was a single, old-fashioned pocket watch. The kind that was popular in the late 1800s or early 1900s, the kind I had only seen in museums or old photos. It was partially buried in the dirt, the chain tangled up in the brush, as though someone had dropped it in haste. I bent down, curiosity pulling at me, despite the overwhelming sense that I should just walk away. The watch was cold to the touch, and when I opened it, I found the time frozen 3:15. I didn't know why, but the sight of that pocket watch sent a wave of dread through me. I snapped the lid shut and stood there for a moment, just staring at it. What was I supposed to do with this? Was it a sign? I couldn't even begin to explain why, but everything about it felt wrong. I was about to leave, to walk away as quickly as I could, when I heard something. A train whistle. It came from the direction of the tracks, but there was no train in sight. The sound was distant, but it seemed to linger in the air, stretching out as if it were echoing across time. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood there, staring at the tracks, willing the whistle to stop, to not go any further. But it kept going. It was as though the train was coming, but it was stuck in some eternal loop, unable to move forward, caught somewhere between the present and the past. I turned and walked away, clutching the pocket watch in my hand. My mind was racing. What was happening? Was this connected to the man I had seen? Was it all part of the same thing? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was just skimming the surface of something far darker than I could comprehend. Later that day, I met up with Colin again. I could see that something was bothering him too, though he didn't want to admit it. We had both been hearing the train sounds at night, and we both knew they weren't coming from the usual route. They weren't natural, but neither of us had talked about it. There was something in the air, something unspoken, that told us this was no ordinary train or just a random glitch in the system. So, anything else weird happened to you? Colin asked, his voice tentative. I could see the shadows under his eyes, the same signs of sleeplessness that had been creeping up on me. I hesitated for a moment before pulling the pocket watch from my bag. Colin looked at it, his brow furrowing in confusion. Where did you find that? He asked, his voice low. By the tracks, I said, my throat tight. I don't know, it feels wrong. I don't know how to explain it. He took the watch from my hands, inspecting it closely. His fingers ran over the cold metal, and he opened it, squinting at the frozen time. 3:15? That's unsettling. Weird, right? I replied, my voice shaky. It's like it doesn't belong. Like it's stuck in time or something. Colin nodded slowly, a thoughtful look crossing his face. It might not just be a coincidence. Maybe it's connected to everything that's been happening with the train. Do you think it's all part of the same thing? I asked. The question hung in the air between us, heavy and unnerving. I don't know, he said finally. But maybe we should figure out what's going on. We can't keep ignoring it. It's been getting worse. That was the turning point. We both knew something needed to be done. We couldn't just sit around and wait for something to happen. But how could we even begin to understand what was going on? What was behind the sounds, the strange figure, the pocket watch? Was it even possible to make sense of any of it? That evening, we decided to do something we had both been avoiding: investigate. We agreed to meet by the tracks at midnight. Colin had brought a flashlight, and I'd packed a small notebook, just in case we found something useful. We didn't know what we were hoping to find, but we couldn't ignore the feeling that there was something more to this than just a series of weird incidents. We made our way down the quiet road, the cold air biting at our faces as we approached the railroad tracks. The sound of our footsteps was the only noise in the night, the silence around us thick and oppressive. The train whistle hadn't sounded in hours, but we could feel it in the back of our minds, the knowledge that it was out there, somewhere, just beyond our reach. When we reached the tracks, we stood there for a long moment, looking up and down the length of the railway. The sky above was clouded, the moon barely visible, and the sound of crickets chirped in the distance. The place felt alive, but in a way that didn't make sense. The quiet was almost too perfect, too still. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but I pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. Should we start looking? Colin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, though I didn't feel ready. Still, we began to walk along the tracks, our flashlights sweeping back and forth as we moved, our eyes scanning for anything out of place. The tension in the air was thick, as though we were being watched, as though the night itself was waiting for something to happen. It was Colin who found it first. He pointed his flashlight toward a small, weathered sign near the tracks. Look at this, he said, his voice tight. I turned toward the sign and froze. There, etched into the metal, was a symbol. It was old, faded with time, but it was unmistakable, a strange, looping design that seemed to swirl in on itself, like a vortex or a spiral. I had never seen it before, but it felt significant, like a warning that had been left for us. What is that? I muttered. I have no idea, Colin replied, but it doesn't look like something that should be here. We stared at the symbol for a long moment, the air around us feeling heavier by the second. Then, as if the world had been holding its breath, the train whistle sounded again. This time, it was closer, a lot closer. The sound rang through the air, reverberating in my bones, but there was no train in sight. It was as though it was coming from somewhere else, somewhere beyond our reach. I looked at Colin, my heart pounding in my chest. We need to get out of here, I said, my voice shaking. But it was too late. Something was already on its way. The night air was suffocating, thick with tension. Our footsteps quickened as we hurried away from the strange symbol, the whistle still ringing in our ears. Each second felt drawn out, like time was stretching, waiting for something to snap. We were both on edge, our breaths coming faster, the cold nipping at our skin. The light from our flashlights bounced erratically on the tracks as we moved, but it wasn't enough to dispel the darkness around us. What the hell is happening? I muttered, my voice barely audible over the growing sound of the whistle. It was louder now, closer, the long, drawn-out screech echoing through the silence, yet the train was nowhere to be seen. We need to leave now. But Colin didn't answer. His eyes were locked on something in the distance, and I followed his gaze, a feeling of dread pooling in the pit of my stomach. For a moment, everything seemed to pause: the air, the sound, the world around us. It was as if the universe itself had come to a standstill. And then I saw it. A faint glow appeared on the horizon, a sickly yellow light that flickered like a dying flame. It grew brighter, larger, and more distinct as it approached. My heart skipped a beat. A train, but it wasn't just any train. It was wrong. It shimmered in the dark, its outline not fully formed, as though it was half in this world and half in another. The edges were blurry, the metal distorted, flickering like a bad signal on a television screen. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't make sense of it. It shouldn't be real. "Do you see that?" I whispered, the words almost getting caught in my throat. Colin nodded, his eyes wide with fear. "Yeah, but it can't be." The train was getting closer. The whistle blared again, but now it was not just a sound. It was a physical force, pressing in on us, making the ground beneath our feet vibrate with its intensity. My chest tightened, my breath shallow, as the train seemed to pull us into its orbit. I didn't know what it was, but I knew one thing. We had to move, and fast. I grabbed Colin's arm and yanked him away from the tracks, but he didn't move. He was frozen, staring ahead as if hypnotized by the train's approach. "Colin, move," I shouted, panic creeping into my voice. "We need to get out of here now." But he didn't respond. He just stood there, his eyes glazed over, his body rigid. I could feel the heat of the approaching train, but there was no time to think. I turned and ran, not knowing if Colin was behind me or not. I didn't care. I needed to get as far away from that thing as possible. I didn't look back as I sprinted down the tracks, my heart hammering in my chest. The sound of the train grew louder, the ground shaking beneath my feet. But when I finally dared to glance over my shoulder, I saw nothing. The train was gone. The whistle had stopped. The eerie glow that had lit up the horizon had faded into the night. There was only darkness, quiet, and the sharp, cold air filling my lungs. I stumbled to a stop, my legs weak, my body trembling from the adrenaline. I had no idea what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Had we both imagined it? I turned back, searching for Colin. He wasn't behind me, and my stomach twisted with dread. I called his name, but my voice cracked, swallowed by the emptiness around me. There was no answer. Then I heard a faint sound. A voice. "Colin?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The voice came again, but this time it wasn't Colin's. It was different. Faint, far off, like it was coming from somewhere deep underground. It didn't sound human. It was distorted, hollow, like the sound of someone calling from the other side of a tunnel, the words mangled and foreign. The air around me grew heavier, colder. It pressed in on me from all sides. "Where are you?" I called out again, my voice trembling. I was frantic now, my mind spinning. I couldn't leave without him. He couldn't have just disappeared. There was no way. "Colin," I screamed, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "Where are you?" The voice answered once more, and this time it was clearer. It was coming from the direction of the tracks. But there was something wrong with it. It was distant, too distant, and yet it felt like it was right behind me, breathing down my neck. I whipped around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there. Nothing, except for the sound of the train. It was back. But this time, there was no mistaking it. The train was real. I could see the glowing lights, the sleek, polished metal of the cars, and the black smoke rising from its chimney. It was no longer flickering or shimmering. It was solid, tangible, and moving fast. And it was heading straight for me. My body froze in terror, my feet rooted to the spot, unable to move. I couldn't comprehend what was happening, why this train, this twisted version of reality, was appearing again. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to escape. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something. Colin! He was standing on the tracks, his face pale, his eyes wide with horror. But there was something different about him. His body was rigid, stiff as a board, his posture unnatural. He was facing the train, but he wasn't moving. It was as if he was paralyzed, like the train had control over him. "Colin!" I screamed, tears welling in my eyes. I reached out for him, desperate to save him, to pull him away from the oncoming train. But my body refused to respond, my legs failing me, as though the air itself was holding me back. The train's whistle sounded one last time, deafening in its intensity, and then everything seemed to explode into motion. I ran toward Colin, but it was too late. The train was upon us, too fast, too close. My mind couldn't process what was happening. The world seemed to blur into a whirlwind of lights, sound, and horror. And then, just as I reached Colin, the train vanished. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. The tracks were empty again. The only sound was my own ragged breathing. My heart pounded in my chest as I stood there, disoriented, frozen in place. I couldn't understand what had just happened. Had the train really been there? Had I really been running toward it? Was it all just a nightmare? But then I looked at Colin. He was still standing there, motionless, his eyes wide, unblinking, but this time, something was different. His eyes were empty, hollow. He wasn't Colin anymore. Not really. He was something else. Something wrong. I felt the world tilt beneath my feet, my stomach lurching as reality itself seemed to bend. Whatever this was, whatever had been haunting this town, it was only just beginning. And I had no idea how to stop it. But I knew one thing for sure. I was no longer safe. I stood there, heart pounding, unable to tear my gaze away from Colin's lifeless eyes. There was nothing human in them anymore. The figure standing before me looked like him, sounded like him when he spoke, but it wasn't him. I had no idea what had happened, but I knew it wasn't over. Whatever force had brought that cursed train here was still at work. I took a step back, slowly, my legs unsteady, as if the weight of what was happening was pulling me into some kind of nightmare. I had to get out. I had to get away from whatever had taken over Colin. There was no time to think, no time to reason with myself. It was just flight, instinct. My breath came in sharp, shallow gasps as I turned, desperate to flee. I stumbled backward down the tracks, my flashlight flickering as I moved further into the oppressive darkness. The world felt heavy, almost suffocating. The train, the whistle, the eerie figure of Colin, all of it was weighing on me, pulling at my sanity. What had happened to him? Where was he? What was I supposed to do? I couldn't stop looking back, expecting to see that shadow, that train, barreling down on me at any second. But the tracks were empty. The whistle was gone. The air, though still thick with dread, was eerily silent. It felt like the calm before a storm, the stillness before something even worse happened. I made it to the edge of the town, my feet dragging through the dirt, sweat dripping down my face as the realization set in. I couldn't just leave Colin behind, but the fear in my chest fought against any sense of duty. What if whatever took him was still lurking in the town, waiting for the next person to cross its path? I tried calling him again, but the air was thick with a sense of finality. No response. I had to assume that whatever was left of him, whatever force had controlled him, was gone. And so I ran. Back in town, I stumbled into the nearest house. The door was unlocked, and the lights were on, though it felt wrong, too perfect for a town where the darkness seemed to linger even in daylight. I had to find someone, anyone who could help, but the streets were eerily deserted. The town felt abandoned, as if the population had up and disappeared. I could see lights flickering from windows, hear doors creaking, but no one was outside. As I hurried through the empty streets, I heard it again, the distant rumble of a train. It was a low, ominous sound that grew louder as I walked. I turned around, but there was no train in sight. Yet, I could feel it, feel the presence, pressing in on me like a weight I couldn't escape. The further I moved away from the tracks, the more it seemed like the town was coming to life in a way that made no sense. Windows slammed shut, doors locked, shadows darted behind corners. I was beginning to feel like I was being hunted, like the very air around me was alive with something that wasn't human. That was when I noticed the eyes. They were watching me, peering from behind windows, from the edges of alleyways. People, faces I didn't recognize, staring at me with vacant, hollow expressions. There was something unnatural about the way they watched, like they weren't just curious, but waiting for something to happen. I had to keep moving. I had to find somewhere safe. But where was that? Could there even be a place left that wasn't touched by whatever was haunting this town? Every corner, every street seemed to pull me back toward the tracks, toward the train, like it was all converging on me, a twisted cycle I couldn't break. Eventually, I found my way back to the edge of the town, the tracks stretching out ahead of me, empty, silent. The train wasn't there, but I could feel its presence, thick in the air, surrounding me like a storm waiting to strike. I didn't know what had happened to Colin, or what the train had to do with any of it. But I knew that it wasn't over. That wasn't the end. That was just the beginning. Days passed, and life in the town seemed to slowly return to normal, though it felt anything but. I had left, abandoned everything. I didn't want to stay. I couldn't. But as I drove far away from the place, I couldn't escape the memories. The train, Colin, the hollow eyes watching me. I returned once, a few weeks later, to gather what remained of Colin's things. It was like the town had erased itself from memory. The tracks were still there, untouched. But there was no sign of Colin, no trace of what had happened that night. It was as though the events had never occurred. But the feeling lingered. I moved to a new town, tried to start over, but every time I heard a train whistle, I couldn't help but think of that night, of Colin's eyes, and the cold darkness that surrounded us. What happened to him? What happened to the town? Was there something sinister at work here, a force that I couldn't begin to understand? The questions lingered, unanswered. The haunting, though it seemed to have ended, was far from over. And I knew, deep down, that it was only a matter of time before the train would return. As the years passed, the memories of that night seemed to fade, buried beneath the layers of everyday life. I moved on, tried to forget the train, Colin, and the eerie force that had come to haunt our quiet town. But no matter how far I ran, how much I tried to push it out of my mind, a small part of me knew that what had happened that night had changed everything. And that knowledge never truly left me. I had tried to find answers. I'd done everything I could to figure out what was behind the haunting train, the strange figure that had taken over Colin, the sudden silence that had fallen over the town. But each lead, each theory I chased, only seemed to lead to more questions, more confusion. No one I spoke to could explain it. The town had eventually returned to a state of normalcy, at least outwardly. People went about their lives, oblivious to the terror that had once gripped the place. But I couldn't forget. The faces watching me from the windows, the whispers of something ancient and malevolent, and the sensation of being followed. It was as if that night had left an imprint on my soul, a scar that would never fully heal. I returned to the town once, many years later. It had changed in the way that time changes everything. The buildings were still standing. The streets still ran through the center of town like they always had. But there was something different about the place now. A stillness, an unsettling quiet that hung in the air like it was waiting for something. As I walked the empty streets, the memories came rushing back, the sounds of the train, Colin's vacant stare, the overwhelming sense of dread that had followed me everywhere. But there was something else too, the realization that I had never fully left. A part of me had always been there, in that town, in the tracks, in the memory of the night that everything had changed. No matter how far I had gone, I had carried that darkness with me. And I realized, with a sense of quiet horror, that it wasn't just the town that had changed. I had too. I visited the old train station where it all began. The platform was overgrown with weeds, and the tracks, though still intact, looked like they hadn't been used in years. The air was thick with the scent of rust and decay. It was as if the town itself had tried to forget, to erase the memory of what had happened. But I couldn't forget. I couldn't escape it. I walked down the tracks, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the stillness. I stopped when I reached the old crossing, the place where the train had stopped that night. Nothing had changed here either, except the unsettling feeling that now clung to the air. I could almost hear the whistle in the distance, the rumble of the train that had haunted my dreams for so long. I stood there, staring down the empty tracks, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw something. a shadow flickering in the corner of my vision. I turned quickly, but there was nothing. Just the silence, stretching on endlessly. It was then that I realized something. This town, the train, the force that had taken Colin, none of it had ever truly gone away. It had never left me, never left this place. It was always there, waiting for the next person to wander too close, for the next soul to fall prey to its curse. And I was no different. I had never fully escaped. As I walked away from the tracks, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching me, still waiting. The darkness, that oppressive presence, had never truly loosened its grip. It was a part of me now, part of the town. No matter how far I went, it would follow. And so, I left once again, but this time, I didn't look back. In the years that followed, I would sometimes hear whispers of strange occurrences in that town, people disappearing, the train being seen late at night, figures moving through the shadows. I never went back. I couldn't. The train was still there, waiting for the next person to stumble into its path. It was a force that couldn't be stopped, a curse that couldn't be broken. And maybe, just maybe, it was meant to be that way. A story that could never truly end, a town that could never be free of its darkness. As I sit here now, writing this final thought, I realize something. The terror, the fear, the loss, it's not just in the past. It's in every creak of a floorboard, every whistle of a distant train. It's in the stillness that fills the empty spaces, the places we think are safe. And maybe that's the real horror, the fact that we can never fully escape it. Maybe the true haunting isn't the ghost of a train or the shadow of a lost soul. Maybe it's the knowledge that once something like that has touched your life, it never truly lets you go. And as I sit here, the wind howling outside, I know that somewhere, deep in the night, the train is still waiting, just as it always has been.